Hello, listeners. Hi, my name is Madhavi, and I'm so happy to have you on UppTalk. You have come to the right place if you want to learn about IT and do really cool things with your hands. We are not just another IT company when I say UppTalk. Think of us as your learning partner dedicated to helping you reach your full potential. We have top notch hands on courses to help you build your business, whether you're new to technology or want to move up in your current job. Let's look around this as our first step towards learning.
This is what we will be covering in this training. First is the basic of Workday. What Workday is, what is the model, how it stores data, integration, cloud platform, Workday web services and all that. Then we will move to, first we'll do the reports because report is the basic. For integrations, advanced report is something that we will be used because Workday has different reporting types. You can create different types of reports. But for integration, you can only use advanced reports. For this training, we will be doing advanced reports. We will be spending good amount of time on advanced reports because whenever you do different kind of integrations for getting data from Workday reports are the only way. Apart from web services, report is the most frequently used data source. In the report, we'll see what are different data sources, what's a business object overview, how do we create that, how do we share reports, how do we schedule them, and all that. And then we will see how we expose that report as a web service to another system. Right, that is covered in this part. Then Workday General Web Services. Where can we find them? What are those web services? How to find which operation to use and all those stuff that we will see. Then we will cover the integration business process. Everything in Workday, you do any task, it has a business process behind it. Business process is nothing but a set of events, set of actions that will happen. For integration, also, we have a business process for each integration which will define what steps are there. You can retrieve like reading a file, extracting a file, delivering a file, and then processing all that stuff. We will see that. And then security for integrations. What are system users and what are integration system security groups? And then the types of integration. First, we will do core connectors, which are predefined templates in Workday. We will see what configurations are needed to do that. Then how do we set up notifications for integrations? We will see document transformation, which is another integration type. Then we will cover EIB, which is another integration type. Both we will cover inbound and outbound integrations. And calculated fields. Calculated fields or the delivered workday fields if you want to do any calculation on top of that. Like changing the date format, performing any mathematical calculation, and all that. That's what we use calculated fields for. This is a random sequence, but we will do it sequentially that the previous topic will lead to the next topic. And in the last, we will do Workday Studio. This is just a basic of Workday Studio, not in detail. Because Workday Studio is an integration type, which is a separate training. It's a wide thing. Workday Studio is the only integration type where you will have to install a separate kind of software on your laptop to do that. For everything else, whatever we have discussed, you just need the access to the tenant. That's it. Nothing more than that. Everything can be done using the Workday tenant. Only for creating integrations via Workday Studio is when you will need to install Workday Studio. In this one, we will just cover the basics. When do we create Workday Studio integrations? how and see different components that are there and all that. This is what we will cover. This is what we will be covering in this training. First is the basic of Workday. What Workday is, what is the model, how it stores data, integration, cloud platform, Workday web services, and all that. Then we will move to. First, we'll do the reports because report is the basic for integrations. Advanced report is something that we will be used because Workday has different reporting types. You can create different types of reports, but for integration, you can only use advanced reports. For this training, we will be doing advanced reports. We will be spending good amount of time on advanced reports because whenever you do different kind of integrations for getting data from Workday reports are the only way. Apart from web services, report is the most frequently used data source. In the report, we'll see what are different data sources, what's a business object overview, how do we create that, how do we share reports, how do we schedule them, and all that, right? And then we will see how we expose that report as a web service to another system, right? That is covered in this part. Then Workday General Web Services. Where can we find them? Where can we find them? What are those web services? How to find which operation to use, and all those stuff that we will see. Then we will cover the integration business process. Everything in Workday, you do any task, it has a business process behind it. Business process is nothing but a set of events, set of actions that will happen. For integration also, we have a business process for each integration which will define what steps are there you can retrieve by reading a file, extracting a file, delivering a file, and then processing all that stuff. We will see that. Then security for integrations. What are system users and what are integration system security groups? And then the types of integrations. First, we will do code connectors, which are predefined templates in Workday. We will see what configurations are needed to do that. Then how do we set up notifications for integrations? We will see document transformation, which is another integration type. Then we will cover EIB, which is another integration type. Both we will cover inbound and outbound integrations. And calculated fields. Calculated fields, all the delivered Workday fields. If you want to do any calculation on top of that, like changing the date format, performing any mathematical calculation, and all that. That's what we use calculated fields for. This is a random sequence, but we will do it sequentially that the previous topic will lead to the next topic and all that. And in the last, we'll do Workday Studio. Workday Studio. This is just a basic of Workday Studio, not in detail because Workday Studio is an integration type, which is a separate training. It's a wide thing. Workday Studio is the only integration type where you will have to install a separate kind of software on your laptop to do that. For everything else, whatever we have discussed, you just need the access to the tenant. That's it. Nothing more than that. Everything can be done using the tenant. Only for creating integrations via Workday Studio is when you will need to install Workday Studio. In this one, we will just cover the basic. When do we create Workday Studio integrations out and see different components that are there and all that? This is what we will cover. Just this part, Workday Integration Cloud. That's the basic of Workday, that Workday. You know it's a cloud product, right? Everything is on the cloud. In Workday Cloud, you have like your tenant, and that tenant is nothing but you will have a link. You open it, enter your credentials, and then you will be in Workday. All that, everything is on the cloud. Like you from an integration perspective as well, you have different web services, different types of integration, and all that. That's all in the cloud. And with that integration cloud platform, which is also part of your tenant, is where you connect with the different vendors, different systems, and all that. From a very layman perspective, I'll say when you want to implement Workday, right? You're a company who wants to implement Workday. Consider it as a builder has given you an apartment, right? Now, when you get an apartment inside that, like the building structure, you cannot change, right? Because the structure is something that is approved, right, by the government authorities. Structure will remain as is, but inside your apartment, you can do anything. If you have 3 rooms, you can make it 4 rooms. You can have your own partition and do whatever you want. That is something called as functional configuration. Whenever you get a tenant, it's up to you how many modules you want to configure. You do that, right? That configuration is nothing but modifying your apartment. But then when you have an apartment, you will have to integrate it with the other systems, right? Like other systems. And I say electricity department to get the electricity for water supply. You need to get in water. These consider this as different vendors. For example, you have different payroll vendors. If you have to consider HCM, for payroll vendor, you need to send the employee data that the payroll vendor can send you the pay slips and calculate your salary. Those are the integrations that we normally do as part of the integration stream in Workday. It deals with sending data out of Workday or getting data into Workday from different systems. It can be a payroll systems. It can be financial system. It can be recruiting system. Anything which you are not implementing in Workday will be outside and hence to send data in and out. That's where we use integration. This is what I said inbound and outbound integrations, and integration is called an outbound integration when you have to send data out from Workday, right? When you extract data, you will have to transform it and send it. As part of that, sometimes you need to do an automation that instead of manually running the process, we should schedule it to run every day 6 a.m. or something like that. That's called a schedule, and the data which we are sending. Say if it's a file, we can encrypt it using different like P encryption. That's a generic outbound flow. Opposite to that is the inbound flow, where you get data from the other system, transform it, and then load it into Workday. That's the only thing that you can do. This process also you can schedule, and you can have encryption. And then this is the last slide for today. I'll not keep it heavy, just a basic one. But yes, from the next class onward, we will go into the detail again from the very basic that how would these tools data. These are the types of integrations that work. They provide nothing beyond this. First, we have the Workday Cloud Connect packages and connectors. These are pre-built templates which work. They provide, like, for example, Workday knows that if any company is implementing Workday, some systems will be outside, and those are very common. Like, for example, in US, you have different benefit providers, right? VSP, Wage Work Anthem, and all those. You are Denta Delta. All those are standard benefit providers. It will be the same. Workday has done partnership with them. And Workday has built an integration already, and it has provided you as a template. You don't have to write any code. You have to just configure, and then the integration is ready. It just takes max 5-10 minutes, and your integration is ready to be tested if you have all the data. Those are called connectors. Then you have web services, or RAS, which is a report as a service. This is when you expose Workday web services to the other system. You have a web services. Instead of sending data via file, you send them an API which they can call whenever they will call. They will get the data. It's more real time. Then you have EIB, which is Enterprise Interface Builder. It's a graphical user interface where you have to just select the data source, do a transformation and send it. This is where the transformation. We will use the coding language. Workday doesn't have its own proprietary language like in PeopleSoft. We have PeopleCode, which is very specific to PeopleSoft, right? In Workday, we don't have any such coding language. Workday uses SLT, which is an open source. X8 is a transformation, which you do on Topper XME. And then we have document transformation. It's again document transformation is a integration type, which is never used standalone. It is used along with a connector or with any idea. It just does an extra transformation. And the last one is Workday Studio, which enables you to build and configure any custom requirement. Right. Where, say, you have to fetch data from different sources, generate multiple files or consume multiple files, call different APIs and all that stuff, anything custom, is done using Workday Studio. In our course, we will cover each one of them. Right now, it is just a basic overview, but yes, we will go one by one on each one of them in our sessions. I'll stop here. Right, let's do the basics. I will make some boxes here and we will name them as you want. On this side, we have Workday, and on this side, we have different systems. You have, say, for example, recruiting system. Say you have different benefits providers. Like, for example, VST. You know the system Active Directory. Very common in enterprises. I will say, let me put it in a very layman language. Workday is a system, is an ERP, right? It's a cloud-based ERP which provides you HCM capabilities, different modules of HCM, different modules of finance, and you can do whatever you want. But it is not a system which you can customize. Consider it like a gated community, right? Where your builder has provided you an apartment, right? It's a 3 BHK apartment, right? You cannot modify the outside of the apartment, right? Whatever he has given you, that's the thing you will get. Inside, whatever customization or whatever configuration you want to do, you can do it. You can put any partition, you can do your wardrobes, you can do any kind of woodwork, whatever you want, you can do it right. That is compare. If you compare it to the Workday world, that's called the functional part of Workday, where when you are implementing Workday, you decide how many, whether he wants a to 2B BHK or a 3 BHK. In Workday, you decide how many modules you want to implement, right? Say you want Workday HCM, you want benefits, you want payroll, you want time tracking, you want performance. All those to be implemented. That's your kind of rules, right? And if you want to implement finance, then the different modules in finance, right? Like you have procurement, you have all your payables, receivables, and accounting for accounting and all that, right? That's all your rooms. That's all your rooms. And however you want to configure them as per your organization need, you configured, you just do that like different pay groups, different types of employees, different leave types, different compensation plans, benefit plans. Or if it in terms of suppliers and configure the suppliers and all those. That's the functional configuration. And that's done. Now, when you have that new house, you have to connect it with the external system. Like, for example, if it's a gas, right, the pipeline electricity, you have to have that connection. You need to have water connection and all that. That in terms of this one are the integrations. When you have to integrate work there with the different systems that are outside, like say, for example, you implemented Workday Core H, or you implemented time tracking, performance, and all that. You didn't implement it. Payroll. That means payroll will be another system. Very common one is ADP. That's a separate payroll system. You have different benefits provider. Like in US, you have VSP wage work and some Delta Dental UMR and all those stuff. Right. Those are common benefits provider. Save the recruiting, you have a separate recruiting system. That's a separate one. And then, as part of your authentication and user provisioning, you might have Active Directory in your organization, right? This system, your ERP has to integrate with all of them, right? Your HR data is here, meaning you have to send your HR data to the payroll system that it can calculate. Do you know the salaries and all that stuff, right? And then for recruiting system again, once your interview process is final and the candidates are ready to hire. Then you bring in the candidate data into work there as an employee. Third is the benefit providers. Here you send your employee details. Whoever is enrolled into specific plans, you send that data to them that they update their system. Similarly, with Active Directory, any employee which is newly hired, terminated, promotion, transfer, you send all that information to Active Directory kind of system. All these things which are here, this data flows, these are nothing but your integrations. In short, integration means either sending data out of work there to another system or consuming the data sent by another system into work there. That's the flow of data out or in. That is what integrations are. Right. Now in our course, we will go through the different tools that will be used for sending and consuming data in and out of work there. Then let me delete this one and then come with a new diagram. Work there. As you know, it's a cloud. It's an object-based model. It's not a database. It's not SQL table. You don't have any tabular kind of data structure in Workday Cloud. You don't have any query language where you can query select star from this table and all that stuff. That doesn't happen in work there. Right? In work, there you have two kinds of jobs. One is the technical one, which is integration consultants, and then the functional one, which is doing the functional configuration, calls the functional consultant. You don't have any database administrator kind of job in work there because that is all handled by work there, right? You have a tenant and all that stuff are managed by work there, right? And then this is the term which we call the URL which you will get, and you will get the credentials. When you connect to that, the browser where you see work there, that is called a tenant. In other ERPs, we call that as different environments. Like you have development environment, you have testing, you have production. In work, there we call it as implementation tenant. In work, there we have. And then you have sandbox. And you have production. You make it as the bottom. Then it will be easy. This is one. This is sandbox and this is production. Now implementation. Right, implementation can be multiple. You can have implementation tenant 1, implementation tenant 2, implementation tenant 3. It's your wish, plus how much you have to pay for each one. Depends on your organization, how many implementation tenant they have. Now you can repurpose them as you want. You can say that implementation tenant 1 I will be used for my development. Implementation tenant 2 I want to use it for my site or any final testing. And third one is this, which I can use it for any functional testing and new functional configuration and all that. Right, that is. This depends on you. This block depends on your organization. However, you want to maintain it. Right? Then you have sandbox, which is like you can say it's a U81, and then the production, which is the actual environment where the employees sign off login. Right now, what happens is every weekend, production gets copied over to sandbox. Every weekend PST time Friday evening, which is India time Saturday morning. Right? For that period of time around 4 hours, 4 to 6 hours. The tenants go down production. Don't go down for that much. Production goes down only for 1 or 2 hours, but then other tenants go down for this. And that's for weekly maintenance where Workday deploy different patches or enhancements and all that stuff. That's a weekly stuff that happens, right? Every Monday you will have sandbox, which will be the copy of production till Friday, right? What will happen is if say there is any issue in production, sandbox is the place where you replicate that. And you kind of replicate and see, and then you do that. If it needs a code fix and all that stuff, you do it in your implementation. You do your unit testing and then you move your code to sandbox. And in sandbox, you ask for actual user acceptance testing. Once it is cleared, then you move to production. You cannot move anything directly from implementation to production. That cannot happen. The way the flow will happen is if you have done any change in an integration or say in any configuration, the ideal way and the right way is to move it from implementation to sandbox and then from sandbox to production. One question on the technical side of this migration, are there any migration tools? like it's online only. Yes, that's the best thing about Workday. You don't have to install anything for that. Everything is there in your browser. For every object that you want to migrate, you just go to the related action of it, and we'll see once we go in our classes. We'll see you in next week. You have a tool directly there. You click on that and you give your target environment, target tenants, credentials, and all that. And then it will move. It's an inbuilt tool that will be, but there will not be any planning. I mean, if suppose say, if you want to move like bulk items, like maybe the 1520, you cannot do it together, or do we have to do individually? We can do it together. That is also there in the same browser, right? We call it as configuration package, or call it a solution where you can add, say you want to move 10 integrations together. You can create one package and then move it together. Typically, there will be a testers in it, right? Usually life cycle. In life cycle, any applications. Here also, we'll have a testing team will be doing that, or testing is depends. Your functional consultants can be your testers, or your this thing, meaning your own team members, can be the tester. Not like a typical testing team. Thank you. It's like completely manual testing here, right? I've seen people's off. We have a PDF tool where we use for testing, but in work it's like completely manual test. Sorry, can you repeat again? The work day for the testing part, it's like completely manual testing. We don't have any tool for it, right? Do we have any tool for testing in Workday implementation projects or anything? We don't have as part of the, but it depends on your organization. Some organization, like when you say testing, right? Testing me means there will be some set of test scenarios that you want to execute, right? Now, if that can be automated, right? There are different options. If, say, your organization has a team which can do this automation using iPath or any such kind of thing, they can develop and they can do, because it's just a cloud-based tool which is available over internet. You can write script and do that automation from a tool work that doesn't provide any such kind of tool, but there are other organization which does provide. But that's not for implementation testing, but that's for different releases that comes in that kind of testing. But mainly it's done all manual unless you don't have it. And then as part of the major releases, right? This is one which I told you that happens every weekend. Right. There is something which happens twice a year, which is called Workday Annual Release. Right. That happens two times, which is one is called R1 and one is called R2. Release 1 and Release 2. And the way we call it is, we put the year in the beginning, 20R1 and 20R2. Right? 2021 happens in March. And this happens in September. As part of these two releases, what Workday does is Workday provides major new features, new integration capabilities, or new web services or new functionalities, and all that. Anything which is big comes as part of these releases. as part of the support team. When you're part of the support, then this is one activity which is done twice a year of testing the release. What Workday does is there is another tenant which is called sandbox. Now, what Workday does is say this one. This new release right now say 22 hour 2 marks is already done. Now the next one is September. As part of this Workday, we release some new things. Right? Workday has a community where it posts different articles. That what are the new things that are coming up and all that. To make sure that clients are aware about that, Workday does is that in the month of August, 5 weeks before the actual release in August, Workday puts all those features into this tenant. Into Sandbox Preview, what it does is it copies production to this and puts the new feature on this one. Now you have two tenants. One is Sandbox Preview and one is Sandbox. This is a copy of production without the new changes, new features that will go. And this one is with the production data, but with the new features, new features. As part of that testing, what we do is we execute our processing or integration. Same thing we do here, same thing we do here. And then we compare the output. The output should be same. If we find any changes, then we raise a case with Workday. As part of this new feature, we are finding this thing as which is not up to the mark or not working as expected. And then Workday helps. 5-week window is for testing your functionalities, your business critical processing. This was just the high level basic, which is part of integrations, is not covered by any other training institute, because this is something which is very practical and which you will see. And these terminologies you will have to remember whenever you're talking about Workday with anyone. Never use the term environments. Always use the word tenants. And then implementation, sandbox production are the things which you have to talk about. Never say development tenant or lend your IT environment. That's a strict no. From there, they will judge that you are new in Workday. Cool then. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Have a nice day. Thank you guys. Thank you. Again, boxes. I love boxes. We have this like Workday, right? Which is say, this is the Workday Cloud. In Workday Cloud, wherever we store data, the data is stored in multiple objects. It's an object-oriented, object-based model. Anything which is there is an object. If you have to compare it with your database related stuff, an object is, you can compare it to SQL table. For example, in Workday, a very common object is worker, right? Worker is nothing but an employee. That's an object. Now then, location is an object, cost center is an object, right? Customer is an object, supplier is an object. I was saying anything in Workday is a kind of object. That's how it is stored. Each object has different attributes, which we call as fees. A worker business object, for example, say if it is worker object, it will have different fields like first name, last name. right? Even cost center is part of it. A worker business object, then you have company, you have location, job code, whatever. Are right? These are all fields. Worker is an object and then it has different fields. Now, if you see inside this, there are some fields which I told you are objects as well, right? An object can also be a part of an object. Right, company is also there and location is also there. As I told, you can compare it that this object is a SQL table and these are the different fields. Now there is something called as a data source. Right, and this data source you can, if you want to remember it, you can consider it as SQL view. But you will never use these terms. This is just I'm saying that you can relate to it and you'll be able to understand. SQL view, what's SQL view? SQL view is built on SQL table, right? Where you have the SQL table plus a condition. Similarly, a data source is also a same stuff. A data source is built on an object with some specific condition listed. Like for example, there will be some data sources like a very common one which we will see in our demo. Data sources all active and terminated workers. Right? And this is a data source which is built on the business object worker, but it has a condition that it will give you all the active and terminated employees. That's why the data source. In Workday, whenever today we are starting on the topic Workday reports. In Workday, whenever you have to create a report, the first thing you have to find out is what is the data source that you will be using. And that depends on what requirement you have. Say you got a requirement that build a report which should give you, say, 10 fields related to the worker and it should give you all the active as well as terminated employees. Right? You can use this data source. For that, Workday has given you different tasks which will help you. But as of now, did you guys understand this concept? I will try log into the tenant, but then never use the term, as I mentioned, SQL table, SQL view, or something like that. It is just for you to correlate and remember. That's it, terms. We will use this object. Object has different fields. And then there are data sources. Data sources are built on objects, right? For creating reports, we have to use the data source. Go. Then let me having issues logging in, right? This is for all of you who are seeing Workday for the first time after logging into Workday. This is how the screen will look like, right? This is a demo tenant. You see, this is a demo user. If you click on this picture, it is the user. You can view like once you log in, you'll view your profile. You have again all those things of changing passwords and all those stuff. Then on the left hand side, here you have this button which is inbox. Any notifications that you get, like for example, if you have to approve something. Yeah. For example, you're a manager. You've got a request for a new hire, approval and compensation change or anything. Leave approval. This is the place where you will get that. Right? You can submit, send back or cancel. That's the place which is called this Workday inbox. On left of it there are notifications. Notification is something that if you have run a report or any such stuff which takes time, right, you can just it will give you a notification later on. You don't have to stay on that screen until your reports complete. Once it completes, it will come here. This is the that work, this symbol. If you click on that, it will again bring you to the home page. And then in the center, you have this search button where you can. There is no navigation as such, right? And I remember in people's software, you have different navigations where you can go and stuff here. This is the search bar, and you have to type there and you will get it. Right. Now, creation of a report. What should be the name of the report or name of the task? You have to just say create. Create report. Then all the tasks or actions related to your search will come up. Right? There are many stuff. Now we are doing a custom reporting. Our task name is create custom report. That's how you do it. When you click on create custom report, you have to give the name. You have to choose the type of the report. Right. For our session, we will do simple and advanced. Simple is just for your basic understanding, but advanced is the one which will be used for integration. And then here you have to choose the data source. These are the three wherever involved. You see a star mark. That's where you will have to. And it will enter value. Required fields. Data source, as you see, is required. Report type. You have to choose, and the name. You have to choose. But then, before going and creating, first we will see how to see what all data sources are available. How many business objects are there? There's a task. I dreamed we have to make hourly broadcast. You write business object and there is a task called business object details. Now you need to enter a business object. For example, you want to create a report which should give you all worker related data, right? Business object is worker. You search for worker and click on. You have to relate to it. Business object is nothing but a table, right? You're writing here. You're giving your record name. Just to relate. And now this task will show you all the fields that are part of this. And it's a very huge object because a worker object has around, I think, 1000, 2000 fields. Let's see how much time it will take. Do we have any tags and all ways that we can search for particular things? You are typing like a sentence that create a task or create a report or something. We have any tags or something such. Tags or shortcuts here. Right. Shortcut, short. We'll see. These tasks as such, they don't have a shortcut like create custom report and business object and all this stuff. They are shortcuts. I will tell you once I cover this part. Remind me if I forget that. Word. Now we have opened this. If you see fields. Now this has 4 to 9 tools. Right. These are the name of the fields. Then there are a quick description of what that field is about. Field source. All the fields which are Workday delivered meaning are part of this object by default as a factory default or Workday delivered. All those where you are seeing calculated. Those are the fields which someone has created. And that's a separate topic which we'll cover after we do reporting. Calculated field is a topic we'll do separately. Forget about that. All the fields which are Workday delivered are here. You can see. And then on one page work, this shows around 50 values. Then you have to click on next. Here, second page and third page and on to see all the fields. Now this is this. Then comes related business object. If you see here, this related business object is nothing but the objects which are related to this particular object. Now if I have to open this part here, if you see here, worker is an object. And as part of that, cost center is also part of it, right? Cost center is again an object. The cost center becomes a related object to this worker. And you will see that here. All those. There are 567 related business objects. And the number of links here shows what is the common field. Like say company. Company. The name of the company is a common field. Right. A worker will have the company name because he's associated to a company. It's like a, I can say, foreign key kind of concept. Related business object is any object which is related to your main business object via some fields. That's when this relation happens. Then comes the data sources. There you have 35 data sources which are built on your worker business object. That means now if you have to create a report to fetch any worker related data, these are the data sources available. Now you can go and read the description and accordingly take a decision that this is something which is as per what I need, like say all retirees accesses worker as a primary business object and returns. One row per worker includes all worker that are retirees. That means if you get a requirement, these are also the delivered data sources. Data sources. You cannot create your own data source. Data source is all Workday delivered. Meaning Workday has created views for you, which you can use. If there is any new thing coming up, Workday will. That will be part of the release. As I told you right yesterday, oh, if there are new data sources being added, that will come up as part of those. We cannot create any data sources, any custom data sources. You have to use whatever it is. The most common one we use, as I mentioned, all active and terminated worker is something which you use because then you can put filters on top of it in a report, right? Put conditions where employee is active or terminated and all that. Clear how to get it. Now just for another shortcuts, right? Like you were asking. And then again another last tab reports. This shows all the reports on the right hand side, right? This is the reports which uses worker as their object. And then it shows what data sources they are built on, right? There are 4 to 4 standard reports. Standard reports are something which are built by Workday, right? And then you have below custom reports, which are created by the consultants. These are predefined processes that we can go ahead and run directly. Correct. You can go and view. Right. Say you got a requirement right. You got a requirement to create a report on worker with some conditions. What you do is you come to this, check the fields, come to data sources and see, and then you come to reports here and see already. Is there any report that I can reuse? I can copy. That way it becomes easy. Then this was about worker. Let's take another business object. And your question was about shortcut. One option is this long way that you write business object, come to business object details and then search. Right. Say you want, let's take a supplier, which is a financial one. Right. To search a business object, what normally happens is when you type anything here, it gives you all the objects, right? It gives task reports, everything. But now you want to search only business objects. There is a shortcut which you write BO colon and then you write the name of your object. Say I want supplier. Now it will only give me the results for business object. All the business objects which has supplier in their name is now coming up. I can choose any. Now I want this one. It will open up again. It will be a similar interface. Like you saw for worker. For supplier, there are 1063 fields. There are 2225 related objects. And these are the two data sources which are available. And these are few others which are there. And then here are the reports which are there for suppliers. Now, how to know what shortcut is for what, like for business object, it was BO, right? What do is you just put a question mark and enter. It gives you help, right? If you put question mark and it will show you to search an employee or in contingent worker, it's saying write worker colon and then give the name. It will search for an employee to specify ID. Just put ID and you put this the number, then it will search for any ID for business process. Search BP law. And now these are the shortcuts for all kind of objects. Right. If you want to search customer, then write customer colon and then give the name. Then it will search only customers. Right. Now we are creating reports. Once you create your report and you want to search it, the shortcut is RD. RD stands for report definition, all, and then the name. Now let's go to our task. Create custom report. You come here and then let's give this test one as the name. Normally, each project has a naming convention, right? For example, for reports, normally they say you use CR. Custom report underscore and then the name of your report or some says RPT underscore the name, right? Whenever you are in a project, ask and check what are the naming convention that they're following. We use like INT, that is used for integration. Correct. INT is used for integration. For reports, it's either CR or RPT, depends on what your project is following. I normally prefer CR because it's simply custom report. And then you say test whatever one. We are doing simple reports. Now there is a checkbox called temporary report. Temporary report is nothing, but it's temporary after 48 hours. It gets deactivated. That's for that. Optimize for performance. If you are from this database background, you know there is a concept called indexing, right? If you build index on SQL table and if you query to that table, it fetches the result faster, right? Similar way, since it's not database stuff here on Workday Cloud. What Workday has done is Workday at the backend, they have done indexing on these objects. Not on objects, but on the data sources. Some data sources are optimized for performance, meaning there is indexing done. Workday says if you use those data sources, the report will run faster. If this is checked right now, let's say we saw the data source right. All active and terminated. And one more thing, you don't have to write the complete thing. Workday search works. Minimum is 3 letters. All act enter. If you search like this, there is nothing right. It is something else. But now, if I uncheck this, optimize for performance and then search for that, all act and term, then that will come up because all that is not terminated, right? Right? It is not optimized for performance. If your data source is not visible here, that means you have to uncheck this. Now you click on, and it will take you in where you now have to add the fields. Let me add what first name, and now you will say you know the field. You are typing it. But then you have to do your research. You go to that your business object to detail page and see what all fields are available. Employee ID. How do you open a new window? It's like a right click or something. For what? For new window. See in people's office we can. Right click, duplicate, and then say you are cost center. Companies are randomly adding fields. And then these are the column heading overrides, meaning once you run the report, on the front end what column name you want to see. And right, if you don't give it, it will by default take the field in it. Right? Let's not give it and see. Then you have second, which is sorting. If you want to sort it according to a particular field, like I want to sort it by employee ID and by ascending order, it will be like this. Then you have filter. Filter is nothing but putting where condition. Right. I will put a filter and check which one. It is not necessary that you can only use the filter for the fields which you have selected, like on this report. There are 5 fields, right? But it doesn't restrict me that only I can filter on those 5 fields. I can use any field which is on this data source. Let me say location. Location operator. And you can see here there are different in the selection list. Not in the selection list is empty, is not empty, right? I can choose location in the selection list and then choose. random stuff that I want these location employees only. Right. Now your report becomes that. Give some basic details. Name employee ID call center company for all the employees which are part of a particular location. If I click on, the report is created. Now I can run it. There, once you create the report, edit and click on. It gives you button here, run and test. If you click on test, it will give you only first 10 rows, as it is just for testing. And if you click on run, it will give you the complete result. Here it is giving me 11 records. Work. And if you click on the name, this is how your report looks. Now, if you want to run it, then these three dots in Workday are called the related action. You click on the related action and custom report. And it runs it like this. And if you have to edit it again, like say for example, now what employee ID, right? This column name, you want to change it to just now what I'll do is custom report employee. I will give here a column heading and let me run it. Now if you see the column heading is changed only to the ID. Rest all is the same. Then rest other stuff you will see as part advanced reporting because that's the same. But this I want to show this how a simple report looks, right? Simple report is nothing but you choose, you give the name, choose the data source, give the name of the fields, do a sorting if you want, and a simple filter like this. That's why simple reports are of no use because you can just do a filter and a sort, and that's it. Nothing else. Right. And here, if you see, you have just one column of field. That's it. That's a simple report. Mail. I haven't seen anyone using it. It is just for your kind of validation. Why are your integration? You are loading some data into Workday and you want to quickly see how many rows have been added and all that. Then you just create a simple report because it is just for your own validation. That's one use case. But there also you can use advanced report. Advanced report is something which is more advanced than this. That has all the functionalities which a simple report has. Say this was a report name, right? Now you are on the home page. But if you want to search for your report, you just do CR_test and it will give you your report. And there is also another option. You directly search for data sources. It will open up all the data sources that are there in Workday. You can go from the business object as well to there. This is another way. Now you have finalized your data source and you can in Workday. Whenever you see this kind of table and you want to search for a particular thing, just click on the header and it will ask you for putting a filter. I want all active. This one, click on filtered and it will only give you that row. Now you click on this data source. It will open up and you see these are the fields which are available on this data source, and these are the reports. There are some standard reports and there are some custom reports. You got this is the one which is similar to what my requirement is, right? And I can copy. I should build from this. What do? Is you do this. Right click, custom report. Give your own name, CR underscore, and click on. Now what it will do is it will automatically copy everything. Whatever fields are there, whatever filters are there, and all that stuff. Now you can just modify, delete whatever you don't need, or add something which you need extra, and resolve any error. Column field is invalid for function constraint. That is because you don't have access to some of the fields. That's the reason. Did you get the method? Right. How it is? How it is? Now let me cancel. And now for our report, CR underscore. Now you see there are two reports. If you want to delete the report which you have created, to go to related action, custom report deleted, and that it will only one is a go. Custom report delete. It will be available on this option as we have seen simple report. Now let's go to the advanced. As I've deleted the earlier one, let give the same name. It temporal report stuff, which you know. Now it has a separate thing. Enable as web service, right? Enable as web services. This is a checkbox. If you select it, yes, then this report can be exposed as a web service. If you're the report which you are creating, you want to use it in a report, in an integration, this checkbox has to be checked if the intention of your report is to be used in an integration, in outbound. It has to be enabled. Web service. As of now, don't. We will not do it. We can do it. Right. Optimize for performance. I told it's for the indexing stuff. Let's you. That's it. Correct. The simple report. Only first three columns. Right. Code and fill. That's it. This one has. That's why it is called advanced. And the other thing you see here in the table here in simple report, the first column was correct. That's the same. Direct. You add fields, but the first column you there is a business object as well. This one. The previous simple report was having only the fields. Right. Let me give you do the same stuff. Just to show you, both advanced report can also. The other thing was do first need. Send. Low. You have the sort will behave the same. It this field condition. Let low the selection list random one. Click similar kind of but it click on run. It is giving me the data right and don't think it is giving me more data because it is advanced report, not nothing like that. The filter is the difference. In this one, I think I have more locations compared to the other. That's why otherwise it's just the same, right? If I go to related action, which one you are saying we must, I saw paste option there. Yes, this one, test. What it will do is like if I run it, it gives me 23 rows, right? But if I click on test, it will give me the first 10 rows. That's it. It is just say, for example, a report gives you 10,000 rows, right? And it takes 30, 40 seconds. But you have done a change and you just want to see whether the column is getting data. You don't have to see all 10,000 and rows. There you can quickly do a test and see my data is populating. Now let's see what is the difference. I'll click on edit. Now you see here business object, right? For example, I have this field called company. Now that's the Now I'll tell you the advantage of a customer advanced report. I have got this. Let me run it right. Now you see here we have the employee, ID name, call center and the name of the company. Now the requirement is that get the address of the company in the report as well. Now then what will happen is if you click on next, add a button and then put here address, address, address. Here you have company address, right? You got the company address, but say you want the company address, right? If you put the reference ID here, this is the ID. In Workday, every object has a reference ID, right? This reference ID is of worker, but if we want the reference ID of the company in the same report, what we do is we can change this business object and put here company and then put the reference ID. Now what it will do is it will give the reference ID of the company and why it was possible here in this prompt. Here you will see all the business object, which are related business object to worker. Any object which has a link with worker can be used here. Now if I click on and then you will see the last two columns of reference IDs, I'll click on run. You see here this reference ID is nothing but same as the employee ID because it was the reference ID of worker and this one is the reference ID of the company. How to see it? If I click on this company, it opens this company up. And if you go to the related action in Workday, any object, anything which you are seeing in blue right, which is a link, has a related action. If you click on the related action and you go to integration, ID view IDs, there you see the reference IDs. Right reference ID can be of different type. Here, this company has organization reference ID, which is this value. It also has a company reference ID, which has this value. You any questions for? To search a report, Sila_test. This was just what we did is a quick overview of this. Another thing, let me show you how a worker profile look. And let me search for a worker. To search any employee, the shortcut is you write worker colon and then give the name. Say this is an employee, right? This is how an employee is the name. This is how an employee page looks like. You can see your location. You can see your location, who's her manager, what organization she's part of, what's her business title, employee type, phone, and all those details, right? And then this, if you click here, it has its job related data, career related data feedback, time off. Now, whatever you are seeing here will depend on your security. If I have my profile with which I am logged in, has the kind of administrator access, then I will be able to view all of his data. But if I don't have that right access, I will not be able to see anything here. Right, everything here is driven by security. You can see personal data security, all that benefits, payroll, all that kind of stuff. This is how employee profile looks there for us events. Create custom reports. And I open this. Now I have to give a name. CR_test. Report type will be advanced. Temporary report. I told you it will be deleted after 24-48 hours based on the settings. Enable as web service select. When you are using it for integrations, then for sure it has to be enabled. And optimize for performance. If it is checked, it will show only the data sources which are indexed. And if you want to see yours right, let's do this. Today, let's try something else. Let's use the data source of something. Nothing there. But better to use that for the other one. If you are using, what was that? All acted, dominated. I click on. And then we have a page where you can select the fields. Employee ID. Then I have, say, date of birth. That's my point, is for location. location. And then we also saw that you can remove this worker and put company as well. And then you can have the ed, the reference id of the company. Similarly, you can have here location and you can have the location id or again the reference id for that. Let's say I want location type for this. This was. This is just the same thing, the name, the field sorting your wish filter. Now let's say you want this report and you want all the employers which have hired it greater than, or you say you got a requirement that create a report and tell us how many are the employees which are hired this year. And that means what you will do is in filter. What will be our logic? That hire date should be greater than or equal to what? 1012022. Right? That means anyone hired which has a hire date of 1st January or after that is eligible for this. Now I click on and let's run, or I'll just test it. If you see, these are the persons and these are the hire date all of them have after 1/1. Yep, and you can have multiple filters. There is no such thing that you can have only one condition here. You can have all conditions, like for example, you say this one, you can add another one and say location, location in the selection list and you can choose right. Now, what is our condition? That all the employees hired after on or after 1/1/2022 and their location is this. Now we have an condition. If I now run it right, there is no data because there is no employee with such conditions right now. If I put instead of and I make it on and I make it on, and if I make it on and then I click on now, the data should come because now it's our condition. Everyone who's hired after or they have that particular location will come up. Yep, now if I do again an edit, you are clear with the filter prompt, this filter tab, right? It is used to add any filter. Now there is another thing here which is called subfilter, right? If I have to ask you what is a filter, then your answer will be that filter is to, just filter on the report output based on the fields which are part of the primary business object, right? All this hire date location and whatever you want to use here, if you are using a filter, then those fields should be part of the primary business object. In subfilter, you can add condition based on the field which are part of the field, that it is a type of field which are what you want to use for the local business object. Like here, you have location, company, you can have dependents and all those stuff, right? If you want to put a condition there, you can choose a related business object here first. Let's say company, and I can put a condition here. Reference it equal to, you can give some value 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that, right? That kind of thing. It's a very frequently asked question that when you create a custom report, what's the difference between a filter and a sub-filter, right? And filter is used to filter the results based on the fields which are part of the primary business object, and sub-filter is used for filtering the records based on the fields which are part of the related business object. Even though if you have used that related business object in the list of these fields or not, you can still add it there and then do your filtering. Yep, and sometimes they ask which one gets executed first, filter or some filter. We don't care about that, whatever happens. But ideally, the way Workday works at the back end is it first just executes sub filter and then it executes the filter. If you want to add more, you can add another one right for location, and you can add multiple. Add another one, and if you click on this remove button, it will remove that, right? Clear about the difference between filter and sub-filter. Now comes prompts. But before we go to prompts, let's see the other one, output. You don't do anything here. You don't touch it. Output type remains as stable, and that's it. There is nothing to be done in the output tab. Then comes the share tab, right? In the share tab by default, when you create a report, the default one is don't share report definition. This means that if you create this report, it is owned by you, the user with which you are logged in, and it is not shared with anyone. That means if you search for it, only you will be able to see it. If I search with the report name that you have created, it will not be visible to me because it's not shared within. If I click on this share with all authorized users, then what will happen is all the users which have access to this data source, right, as part of Workday security, if they have access to this data source, which is all active and terminated worker, plus they have this view, custom report, and all that custom report type of permissions, then they will be able to see, meaning all the users which have the proper rights of this data source and of custom report running, viewing, editing, they will be able to view and edit this report. Then the last option here is share with specific authorized group and users. In this one, you can specify either a security group. All the users which are part of that group will be able to view this report, or you can share it with a very specific user right. A very common use case whenever we create what we do is we click on this share with all authorized data right. And if, say, the report is to be some business user has asked you to create a report which should give basic employee information with some filter condition, and he says that you share it with me, that I should be able to run it on a daily basis, that I will do this. In that case, you will create this and then share it with the very specific user. Like say, if I want to share it with a very specific user, then I will do like this now. I or this employee, only these two people will have access to this report. Then comes the Advanced tab. Right in the Advanced tab again, it only makes sense when you enable this. Enable as web service. If say, when we created this report, then we got that option right and we didn't select that. But later on, if you say by mistake forgot and now you want to make this report as web service enabled, you will just come and enable this one here and that's it. This thing will auto-populate the web service API version and the namespace and that's it. Now it says, whenever you enable the report as web service, what happens is whenever you have used this related business object, there is an extra thing that you need to add those related business object here. If you just click on this, it will just show only those two. You have to just declare them, that's it. If you click on, it will save. Basically, all these are like select queries, right? Selecting data, right, for group buying and all. In case of for any integrations, for example, if a file comes in, if you have to insert the data and write that's not. That's not via reports, that's separate. That's why web service, that's separate. This is just extracting data. This is like basically select data view, selecting me correct. And then what? One thing which I also want you to show is, let me see if it has dependent data right, and then it does. It have and say very frequent, a very common use case. Say if you want to select a field and you want to read its direction, its description, there are these three dots, right? If you see this, any or locations, and you want to know what will this field do? Click on that and here is the description that it returns all locations for workers. Primary and additional positions include both active and inactive locations. Let's click on alerts you can ignore and run. There is no dependent data, there is location type and all the location. Now, what I want to show here is there are some fields which will have only one value, like legal name, employee id, right? Each employee will have only one employee id. These type of fields are called single instance field, meaning only one value. But there are fields like dependents. There are fields like these types and locations, right, which can be multiple. Like you see here, there are two local office and training centers, right? These are multi-instance field. Now this is fine. I hope you have understood till this part. We are left with one which is prompts. Now say the user wants user which have earlier told you that I want the report with all the employees which are hired on or after 1/1/2022. But now that user says, don't hard code the date, give me an option that when I run the report at that time, I should choose the date and then it should give me the result, meaning I want it dynamic. Right? I don't want the report every time. Go and edit the report and change the date and then run it. Instead, it should give me an option at the time of running the report, right? In that case, these prompts come into picture. Let me remove this location part here. Now you have to focus on this part, how I'm making it dynamic. Right now, we have a condition that higher it greater than or equal to value specified in this filter, which is 1/1/2022. Now, if you have to change and make it dynamic the comparison type, let's see what all values are here. Here it says value from another field. Or prompt the user for value and then prompt the user for value and ignore the filter condition if the value is black. Right? It's pretty descriptive here. Let's use this one, prompt the user for the value, and the comparison value has by default becomes a default prompt. Now that's it. This is the modification that we have to do in the filter tab and then in the prompts. We come here and I will just check this one which says populate undefined prompt defaults. I will just click on that and it will automatically bring it up. Hired, it is the default prompt. Label for the prompt alias XML. This is for the web service thing, and default type is to determine value at runtime and then no default value, right? Let's keep it like this, right? And you can make it as required or not required. Do not prompt at runtime. You can even give that option. In that case, what you will do is you will specify a default value, right? Let me do it one by one. First, I will say no default value and I click on. Now, if I run it, it will ask me a date, higher date. If I choose 01/00/1/20/22 and click on now, it will run only for this date. Let's choose another one. One is this rest all of 32. If I give 3, 2, then only I should get 7 records. Let me say 03, our prompt is working. Now, if you run, then always this is coming as blank, right? You have to enter it now. If I have to specify a default that I should not be giving it every time. Edit, go to your prompts, and then here it says no default value. Now you specify your default. Now you give it 01/01/2022. Now, if you click on and if you run now, it will default this value, but you can change it. It gives this value. You can directly run it or you can change it. If I give here 03 and I can do that. Now there is another one. The user says, whenever I'm running that report, it should give me that date, meaning if I'm running it today, it should show the 18th of April. If I'm running it tomorrow, the prompt should show me 19th of April. How we will do that is in the prompt. Instead of specify default value, we will give this third option, which is determine default value at one time. And here you can say today you have all these Workday delivered fields today +1, today minus X days, and all that stuff. You can. We can even create our own such kind of fields, but that is our next topic. Let's do it today, and I click on. Now the date will come as today's date, which is 14th of April. If I run nothing, will come any questions. Yes, no, these are predefined values today. And you also have current moment. Can we do it like in scores we do write since date -1 or +1 something? Can we even do that? You have today +1. You have today plus 1 day, that kind of stuff you have, and you can create your own. That we will see tomorrow. But then this is this one. Now you can. What I can do is I can say default value at runtime and let me give today, and I can put select here do not prompt at runtime. Now what will happen is I'll click on, and if I run it, it will not ask me for the value because I have selected this. Do not prompt. Now, if I run it, it will directly run, and that's it reason because we have selected do not prompt. Edit, let's go to prompts, and then you can remove this one, make it, and you can make it required as it will be available here. Now, let's say the user again has come back with a new requirement. He says, I want right now. The condition is I am giving a value and anything any person's hired on or after that date is coming up. Now he says, I want a range I should give from date and to date and whoever is hired on or in between. That should be there in the report. Yep, in that case, what we will do, we have to put a condition here in the filter saying hired it greater than or equal to and prompt user for value. Yes, because we have to prompt it. Instead of default prompt, let's give another value. You can give any value here, but since it's to and from, I prefer to give. This is my starting prompt. Then again the same date. And now here again is greater than less than. I have greater than or equal to and less than, again value specified in filter. No, we want the user to prompt. I said prompt user for value and here I will give ending. Now I have two prompts, one is starting and one is ending. Now again we'll go to prompts and whatever you have here, you just delete it and again just click on this. Populate undefined prompt default. As you do it, it will populate that. And now you can change the label, right? Like you say, this one is from date, this one is to date similar. Here to underscore date and here from. This is no default value, or let me say a default value. Let me specify 01/01/2022 and this one I will give that ending prompt. I will say determine default value at runtime and I will say today and I will make both of them required. Click on and run. Right? Now it is asking me from date and to date. I can change whatever I want and then if I run, it will only give me that particular clear on prompts. Yes, no, yes, yes. Now, will you be able to create these reports? You should be able to. Now we have seen these. What I edits, let's say if we want to give some prompts on other thing, let me go edit right filter again. Let's say I want on location as well. Location frequently used in the selection list, and instead of value specified, I will say from the user for value. And here I will say default prompt. Now you go to prompts and then again check this. Now your default prompt will come up. Find no default value, keep it. And now if you run, it will give you that prompt as well. Location, you can choose. Let me choose. What was that? Melbourne, click on, and then you get all this. Now let's see. And let's move to the next topic, fairly complex one and all that. Where now the biz user which gave you this requirement, right? There is another system, say an external system is there, which is saying that that system needs the same data, but in an XML format, and he needs a web service. Meaning, let's see if we can get the link. We should give him a link. He should call that link in his web browser, give the user its password, and that's it. He should get the data now to do this stuff. If say you are using any other app like PeopleSoft, Oracle, SAP, anything, what do you think? We will have to write a code and then do some build, right? How much time will it take? Approximate, I think, based on the parents they need. We have to create XML and then we need to expose those right? You are from PeopleSoft background. No, I am from Java. Right, in Java also, when you say you have to create, say you have a query, right, which gives you data. Now you have to expose that as a web service. It takes time, right? Yes, you need to write some code and all that code. Now that's where I love Workday the most. Now say we have created this report, right, which is fairly simple. Anyone can do it. Now the same data has to be exposed as web service, right? We have to make sure that in the advanced tab, we have enabled this as a web service now. Now that's it. Now it will take 30 seconds to expose it as a web service. You click on this related action, go to web service, click on view alls, and you select your like. This is just that parameter you will get. And now you have all these options. If the vendor says I want a JSON web service, that when I call that web service, it should give me JSON data, then what do? Is you copy this URL and give it to him. If he says I want CSV data, you copy this URL and give it to him. If it says he wants some Google data related stuff, you get it. If he wants RAS, which is, I think, for showing it on a mobile screen and all those kind of stuff right there, you just copy this all, give it to him. if it's a simple XML, right? Let's try with this XML. The vendor says I want XML using the web service. You copy this all right now. I will open another incognito tab and then hit paste enter. Now it is asking me this password. I will give them the password, and that's it. You got the data right, and then you just click on that. Where is this? Say like copy all, and then I will put that, and then the JSON got downloaded. It right, let me show it up. This is where it came out, all that data. And these were our fields, and it came up. That's how simple Workdays, even this technical part of kind of exposing it as a web service is just a 30 seconds job, no coding. I'm having one query here. If we take this as a reverse, as you mentioned that if we want to expose it, we have to create a user and need to provide that, let's say, from Workday. Via Ek integration, it goes to some other app which is consuming and we want to see the response. Like we are trying to debug something or we wanted to if there is some failure or something. While seeing the response, if we will ask them to share the same thing, right? For seeing that, do we need username password like for us as a Workday? Like we have sent the request and some app is consuming and we notice that there is some issue. We wanted to know whether now they will. It is from our side. That service is exposed now and they are calling that service correct. They are going to consume it. Call it whatever error if they get. They will get that error in their system and then they will have to reach out to us that we are facing this error because we will not be able to know from our side. It's just a service which is exposed. If they are facing any issue while calling that service and all that, then they have to let us know. In Workday, we will not be able to know that what error they are getting unless they tell us this is the error. Sorry, I got your point. My question was there only like what actually they would be sending to us. Let's say they got the error. It would be the same XML format, only same response will be like, it will be general error like authentication error or authorization error, that kind of stuff. Will come up, show what. That was the sharing of report, which is done via this related action web service and view all, and that's it. Now let's see what are the other options we have. One is this configure alert. That means that when you run this report, right, run frequency, you can schedule it to kind of a run and it will alert you in your way you will get. The alert is here. You see this bell icon like document is available. What will happen is this integration will run and this kind of data will be available. A kind of a SESVAL file or an Excel file will be available. Let's see that. For searching our report adhikar underscore text, which is this one. If you see there are one is report and one is report definition. If you click on the report, it will directly run it. If you click on the report definition, it will open it. It will open the report like this. Let me go here, custom report configure alert. This is the name. I will say run now. It will ask you to whom do you want to alert. Right, this report has parameters. You have to specify the parameters, what it should be, the from date to date, location, and then recipient who should get the alert. And then it can also send an email. Right? You can write the subject and then the body and then click on. What will happen is when this report will run, once it completes, it will send a kind of this alert to them right from an integration point of view. We don't use this because our reports are used for integrations. We don't create reports for any user as such. That's a separate team. That's a functional team which will do that. That was configure alert. Then you have copy, which we have seen. Maintain Excel template is not used. You can attach a template, and I think this report will run and populate that. But I have never used it and not the very frequent use case that you will do. See, if you have a schedule, then you have run, then you have schedule. Schedule is, you can put a schedule here, like say, I want this for a daily recurrence, right? You click on daily recurrence, click on, and then you choose. First, you give the report parameters, and then in this schedule, you can choose every weekday or every, say, if I give it every 2, that means every 3 days, and then you give the time. I choose 7 a.m., 7 a.m. est, and then start. When do you want to start it? I want it to run from tomorrow till end of this year or end of this month. What will happen is once you click on this, recurrence will start executing based on the criteria which you have given here. Every 3 days, 7 est, and it will execute on its own. You don't have to manually run the report. That's scheduling a report. We have similar feature on integration. This is the same for reporters. Yep, here on scheduling, we never use schedule reports for integration. But this is good to know feature. And then you have this test, which will give only first 10 instance of the report. Then you have transfer ownership right. Now, if you see here in the Share tab who is the report owner, I am the report owner because I have created it. Now say, I want to transfer this ownership to another user. I can do by clicking on transfer ownership, and I can specify any other user, right? You can specify. Click on. And once I click on, what will happen is right now I'm moving a discard, but this is report owned by a will change. That's on that. And then then it is delete audit. For any report or any object in Workday, if you want to see what has happened, who created it, who did the update, who modified it, this is the option. This is there for every business object view audit trail. Click on that. Give the date range, like say, I want to give from 1st of Jan to 2022 till now. Who has done on this report? Nothing has happened on this report because we created it today, but you get a full sequence of the things what happened on this object. Calculated fields, that's the next topic, favorites. You can add this report as your favorite one. Integration it. View id is every object in Workday has an id reference id. For this report, this is the id by default. Whatever name you give becomes the id. Then what else do we have? Layout again, we don't use it. Reporting is again nothing here. Schedule feature processes, no copy. Alert solution create. Solution create is for migrating this report to another tenant. Right? We will see that as part of integrations. But apart from that translations, you don't use it. That's it. This is the high level and which is needed for the integrations for creating an advanced report. Now, this doesn't mean that this is the last time we are seeing a custom report. We will be seeing it very frequently in the coming sessions again when we will be doing the calculated things. Next topic will be calculated fields. There again, we will create now what our calculated fields is supposed. Right? We run this report and I click on again. I have to think here. Now, if you see the here, the data is in very specific format. However, like whatever data is in Workday will come up like this. You see the higher date is this format temp/dd/I. But say the other system to whom you are exposing it as a web service needs it in some other format, right? Or say employee 8, the system wants that you append _test. Then they want only the first 5 digits of this reference aid. Or they want only whatever is there after the after any specific after the underscore, right? All these kind of things can be done using the calculated field, which we will do it, which will start tomorrow. Cool. Then have a nice rest of the day. Take rest first you. This is the report which we did. I am adding now the statuses and let's see. There will be something called active status. If you just click on these 3 dots, it is a global field. Business object is global. That's not what we want. Then we see active status. If we click on this, it shows return. Yes, if the worker is active. Right excludes worker who are on certain types of leave or who are terminated. It will return yes only for the active worker. Let's choose this. Then there is also is active. There is a field like this. I think is active employee. If you click on this, it says, is this employee active and an employee? Let's choose that and then choose what? Is there a field called employee status? There are a few called worker status. Yes, and then if you see it returns active, only retired or terminate. Choose that. Then I think let's see what's related to terminate. Terminated. It says it's a global object is global. We will not. This one is worker turns true if worker's primary position is terminated. Let's switch this. Click on. And then let's run. Here you see active. Status is active employee. Worker status active terminated is blank for all the active ones. Right? I think I have a filter right here. Let me remove a filter that let's see if we can get someone who is terminated. This one. Let me remove this part whole add. Let's choose only termination date. Operator, let's say our requirement is not blank. For all the employees, the filter is that they have termination date populated. If I now run it and see, you have this. All other stuff populated for them. But this is the status is active, but the terminated is not there. And then if you're saying that we have put a condition of termination date, not blank, if you go and see the description of that field, you will get to know why this. Some active employees are coming. Right. Termination date says the effective date of worker's last termination doesn't include future data terminations or terminations with a rehire on the next day. To include termination with the next day rehire, use termination date or report. If I say now, let's choose. You will have to experiment because it comes with experience. The more you try, the more you will learn on this part. This one has this. It was to plan. Let's say for all the inactive ones. Now if I run it, now all the terminated one will come. This field is not giving us anything. That means data is not updated for that particular one. We will not use that field. Instead of that, let me use termination date. And there is another one, which is termination date all. Let's see now. Somebody's retired has termination date. Now everyone has a termination. You can try different thing and then you will get to know. Any other questions? Then let's move to the next topic. Now say we have a requirement. This report we have run. Now there are different, all these fields which are giving you data. This is Workday data, right? Whatever data you have stored in Workday. This is the data. But in our integration, in our first class, we discussed, right? Workday integration means integrating Workday with any other external system. Now that external system will need data. As part of that, there might be some transformation which is needed for that system to consume the data. For example, the other system is saying that you're exposing this report. I need only the first digit of the worker status. Like if it's retired, then you should send only R. If it's terminated, you send only T. This date you send me in the don't send slashes. We don't accept slashes. You send us hyphens, right? And then employee ID. Don't just send us employee ID. You send us employee ID with an underscore and then the first name. That kind of stuff, right? Where you have to modify the existing fields that the other system can accept or our requirements can be met. That concept in Workday is called a calculated field. A calculated field has a calculation or a formatting or whatever is needed as per the requirement. You create that and then use that field in your report. It's a kind of a custom field. It's not custom. It is a field on top of the existing field with some transformation, like a format change. For example, if you want to make this last name as uppercase, that kind of requirement, all those things are called, those fields are calculated fields. Now let me come here. Any questions? It means say we have a currency field which is in USD. I want it in a local currency. We'll add some exchange rate and do the conversion for that field. Then it is a calculated field. That can be done in calculated fields, but that is normally done via when we load the currency rates in Workday automatically. When you create one invoice in one currency and you want it in the other currency, it automatically does that. But yes, if you want to explicitly do that, you can do that as using these calculated fields. I am just giving an example here. Field 1, field 2 and all that. Right now, this is the business object. Name is worker, right? And then you have different fields here. Now, if you have to create a calculated field, the calculated field will be created on the same business object. And then you give a name and then you choose a function. For creating a calculated field, the most important thing is to choose what business object do you want that calculated field to be. Let's say this is a calculated field. Now this calculated field, you have to choose an object, which object it is. It is worker, right? And the name of the calculated field is say calc1, right? Once you create this, this field becomes part of this main business object, right? That's when, if you see our task, which was data source, right, or business object, let me go there to be more clear. I can open it directly from here. Let's say if I have this worker business object, on this business object, we have that tab, right, where we can see different fields which are part of this. There, you either have it worked, delivered, or is it calculated field. When you create a calculated field, it becomes part of this, right? Because there are huge list of fields which are part of worker. That's why it takes time. But then let's go ahead and we'll see once that opens up. To create a calculated field, the task is simple create calculated field. You can use whatever shortcut you want, right? This task here, create calculated field. Now, as I said, you first have to choose what's the name. General naming convention, which is followed for all I have seen in all the projects across the globe, is CF underscore and then the name of the field. CF stands for calculated field. Then you choose the business object. If you choose business object as worker, that means this field will become part of this business object. Now, if your report is using the primary business object as worker, then in this fields you can add here this new calculated field. If say I have creating it on, say another business object, say for example supplier, right? Now this calculated field. Now, if I create it, it will not be available on the worker business object because it is created on supplier. There is one way that you can create a calculated field and it will be available on all business object, that is using a business object called global. When you create a calculated field on a business object called global, you can use it anywhere. And what's the use case for any hard coded things, right? And we will see the examples. But are you guys clear on what a calculated field is? Right? We create it on a business object and it is available only on that business object. And if you want a kind of a hard coded or a text or something, then we create it as a global business object and it is available on all the business objects. Any questions for? One question. All the calculated fields will be created like this? Any. I mean, there is no other way of doing this. This is the only way. No, this is the only way of creating a calculated field. Basically, these are like, note calculations in the report. Basically, it is calculated. Field is something different. It, it is separate from the report filter, report everything. It is a field which, and we will see when we see the types, the function, right? The third thing, I have not discussed that yet. Because first I want you to be clear about what a calculated field is, how it will be available on the report, when it will be available, and all that. But we will see what types of calculated fields we have. Thank you. Then we are going very slow because these are the foundation. Once this is clear, then it is fine. It makes sense. Now, if you see here, the business object is worker, right? There are around 4092 fields, right? Now you see here field source, it is calculated, then you have worked, they delivered, then you have calculated, then right. There are many calculated. That means it is not what is delivered. It is something which is a calculated one, right? Similarly, you can see all calculated stuff. Both they delivered, are these ones right? If you create a new calculated field, this count on worker business object, you create another one, this count will become 409. And then as different developers will create that, this count will keep on increasing. Now let's come here. Now when you create, you give a name and you choose the object. Suppose I mean these calculated fields. I mean all the developers will be creating, or there will be a, because there is as part of here. You say you have got a requirement for creating one integration. And as part of that integration, you're creating a report, or even in not a report, just an integration, in that if there is a need, you will create your own calculated field. And the recommendation is you don't share calculated fields. Say for example, if I've created one field I don't want it to be used by anyone else. The reason is I'm building integration, one right, and you are building integration too. Now we both have a common requirement that we need a field which will give us today's plus 5 days, right? The date after 5 days. I have created a calculated field today plus 5 days because it was needed in my report. And same thing was needed for you. You said now we both are using the same field. Now what happened after 2 days? My requirement got changed. Now the other system is saying instead of 5 days, you send us after 7 days. What I'll do is I'll change the field and then indirectly it will impact your integration. Your integration will fail because you're sending wrong data. That's why it is always recommended that you create your own fields and don't use. Even if they say I have created one, you copy mine and then give a new name. But my calculated field is visible for others. Is there any security? Yes, it will be visible because it is available on that business object, right? It becomes a field of that object now. It is available to all. The security is similar to that of that object. If you have access to that, you will be able to. Thank you. But yes, good question. Generally, what we do is we put CF underscore. Say if we are building it as part of an integration or a report, or we give the idea of that integration right. Say in 1001 underscore something something description. That way, if anybody is seeing this field, he will get to know that this field is being used by this integration and for what purpose. Let me say CF test 1. Now you see here functions. We have many functions there, right? We have aggregated related instance arithmetic calculation, as the name says. Arithmetic calculation plus, minus, divide, multiply, build date. We have concatenate text, which is for merging two fields together. Say, as I told you, the requirement, right? Merge employee ID and first name. That is for this convert currency. I think Afsha, you asked, say, if you have a field which has currency and you want to convert it to another one, you can use this. Convert text to number count related instance. Meaning, say, if we have a field which has multiple instances, we want the count of that. Then a date constant. Say, if you want to hardcode a date in the report, right? Or if there is a need for any date constant, this is for that. The date difference is the difference between two dates. Say you want a difference between termination date and hire date. Then you use this kind of stuff. Evaluate expression is like an if-else condition. Evaluate expression band is similar to this. Extract multi-instance is the type of field. Say, for an example, you have a field which has 5 instances. For example here, and the best example here is dependence. An employee can have 5 dependent right. And now all the children right. In the report, you want all the children. That means from the 5, if say the employer has 2 children. Extract multi-instance, meaning total was 5. Now you're extracting 2. And extract single instances. When you are extracting single instance out of the multiple one. Most common example is say if you want on the report the youngest dependent right. That is out of multiple. You're extracting single one. Format date is changing the format of the date / is MNDDYY or whatever. Format number is the formatting of number, like decimal places and all that. Format text, uppercase, lowercase, increment, decrement, date. If you want to add days, months, years, this is for that. Lookup hierarchy, and this one is not used. We will be seeing the lookup related value, the most common one. And lookup translated value, lookup as of date. Again the same one. Numeric constant is, as the name says, prompt for value is prompt the user for a value. Substring text is getting saved. Your field is 5 digits. You want 3 digits. Some related instances. Again, a field having multiple values but all numbers. You want to sum them up. Text constant, text length, true, false, all this right. It was just a quick summary, right? Don't worry. We will go with all of them, not all, but yes, the most common ones, one by giving a proper use case. Say first, let's run the report. First, the most common one. Let's see now. The requirement is to that the first name, has to be all capital. What we do is we create and the what is that field? It is the first name field. We go here function. Now we have to choose as per our requirement which function will meet our requirement. What we are doing is we are formatting the text right. From, I'll choose this, click on. Now source field. Source field means which field you want this calculation to be done. Our field name is first name. I will choose that first name. Right now options. What do I want to do? Lowercase, uppercase, proper case, uppercase. Now let me copy the name. That's for and click on. Now this calculated field is created. How to test it is you go to the report, edit the report. In the meanwhile, this was 4092. Let me try to refresh it and see if that changes. Now, here we have this first name. What I'll do is click on plus and copy the name of my calculated field. It is available. Now, if I click on and run this, oh, there you go. All, the first name now as part of this field is now uppercase. Now say the requirement is that you have employee ID and this capital first name. I want both of them together in one field. Employee ID underscore the capital first name. This has to be in another calculated field. What I'll do is I'll say create another calculated field, or you can directly go to create field. But again, let me tell you how to search for a calculated field. The qualifier, the shortcut is CF and then the colon. And then you give the name of your calculated field. For report, searching a report, what was the shortcut? This is the one. If you want to edit it, you just go calculated field edit and you say you want to change it, make it uppercase, lowercase, whatever. You can do that. Now what was our next step was to create another calculated field for concatenating. I will go ahead. I will say CF underscore test2. What will be the business object? What? Why worker? Because our report is on worker business object. That's why if you want this field to be available there, it has to be the business object worker. Now function. Now, since we have to concatenate, right, I will use this. Now what it is saying is add the fields. First is what employee ID. And then I want an underscore. Underscore is a constant. It's made under global fields. In the global fields, these are Workday delivered right. You have all comma hyphen, question this one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and whatever. Let's say we take this hyphen here or whatever it is underscore. And then what do we want to concatenate with is this CF underscore test. We can use calculated field which we have created in another calculated field. There is no such kind of restriction that a calculated field cannot use a calculated field. We are open to use. Now it is done. I will copy this name. I will go to my report, edit and put it on this report to make sure that calculated field is working fine. CF test 2 now is running. See, it becomes 4093, 4092. Now, and here is this employee ID underscore. The first name. Now say another one. Another requirement was the worker status. We need to send only the first digits, first alphabet. For that, create another calculation. You can directly go here or from the same task. CF underscore test 3 business object will be worker function. Now what we want is substring. Substring, right. As the name says, it gets like this is a common name, right? For in different coding languages you get that. What field do you want to substring from? It is worker status. I will choose the text field as worker status and substring type. I will say fixed position. After delimiter, before a delimiter meaning if you can put if the say the text has underscore and you want the values before the and then you use before a delimiter and you specify the delimiter here. The underscore by going into global text and then choose the underscore. That means it will give you anything which is before the delimiter. Similar is after the delimiter, but in our case it is the fixed position. I want the starting position as again go to global field and choose one numeric. There is one. Fixed length. Again it is one as we want. Starting from first position and I want only one. Global field again numeric. 1. Click on. And I will copy this field to test. I will edit the report and put it. Let me put it next to the worker status field and I will remove these extra. That will be easy to see. Are you getting everything? Or any questions, any doubts? Right now we are doing the simplest ones. No, we can't. Now we are running it and then let's see. We have this third calculator which is substring and it is giving only the first alphabet of this string. Let's change the date format. Say we want some other format for this date. This field is termination date. Let's go there. Create another calculation. CF test for business object, worker and function will be. Formatted. Click on date field is termination date and format. Now you can choose what format you want. That you want only the year. If you select year, it will only give you the what like for this one. It will only give 2011, 201, 201. Then if you choose the quarter, month or date, it will only give that part of the date. But in our case, if you want it to be a specific one, we have this format mask thing here. You click on that and then you have format mask. If you just put your mouse on this one, it gives you all the things how you can specify the format. Small a stands for year. If you give two years, it will give you the 2 digits, last 2 digits of the year. If you give full IC, it will give you full. Then M capital M is month. If you give it 2 times, it will give the number of that month. If you give 3, it will give the short form of that month. And then MMM will give you August full. D is that. Let me put D is the day in the year and small d is date in the month. Let me put like this. Teddy-mem then X. Right? Vixie will give this and that. Let me check on. Copy this. And now let's see. Interested. Do you guys find it interesting or no? It is interesting. And then till now we have done no coding. Everything is just configuration. Right. Now let's run it and see how the format is coming. You see here 27 and then full December. There is an extra 0. That means there is something wrong there. I have given 5 years. That's why it is coming like that. If I edit it, let me give something else now. Said I want. Pick on. And that's it. Now I have edited it. What I have to just do is just rerun this because the field is already on the report. Just run it again. And now it will give you this same format. Now another one. Let's say now the requirement is you need termination date minus 30 days. Then what we will do is done a create calculated field. CF underscore test 5 worker. Function. Now there is a function called increment decrement date. Click on date field is termination date. Or say this is not a real scenario. Real scenario is say you want to give higher date plus 30 days. That's when, say, normal probation period ends, right? This is, I'll give hire date. And then it says here to add or subtract, month to add or subtract, days to add or subtract. You can choose. This is numeric. And choose the date you can. This is 78, 29, then minus. If you give minus 30, it should give you that. Click on. I will come here. Last name. First, I will give hire date that we have a comparison. And then calculated field, which is fine. This is the hire date and this is minus 30 days. Let's do one more now. Say the requirement is the vendor is saying that we want another column which should send us a constant value of say test as of now. They want another column. The first column needs to be test. Now test is, there is no such field in Workday, right, which can give you test. In that case, what you do is you create your calculated field. Now here business object, because it's a constant one, right? It's your wish. You can choose the business object as worker or you can put it as global. Right. If you use global, it will be available on all the business objects. And if you choose worker, it will only be there on worker. And then now function. I want it to be a text constant. And then you hear, it will be a text constant, whatever you specify, whatever. Copy text. Now, if I put it here as the first column, by the way, these arrows here are for moving the fields up and down. Click on and run. Now the first column should be the test. Any questions far? If I have to add a header, I mean, like in the report, if I need a column names, whatever the data I'm sending. These are the column names, right? If you see this one, CF test 6, if you want to change it, then this is the next to the column right. Column heading override. You can override the heading here. Therefore, the CF test you just want to give is the identifier. And then employee ID, you want email ID. This is the ID CF test to what was that F name, something like that. If you don't give that by default, what is the name of the field? Will be the column name. Right. Now let's see if you have given these 4. And if I click on and run it, the headings of that will change. And one more thing is like if I have this 100 rows and one in the report, If I have to do a count of rows in each file, whichever the report I generate, can we do that count of the rows in the report? That will be a separate one. That is the next level where we do the integrations. Right now, we are just first doing the data, and this is the type of integration where you create the report and expose it as web service directly to the vendor. When we need a separate file, the vendor wants a comma separated file which should have at the bottom the total count of rows and all that stuff. That is via different integration types that we will do in coming sessions. If I'm not wrong, if I compare this with PeopleSoft, this is like a PS query. I can say right. And then this is one. Then there was another one. Say if you want the length of this field, right? Last name, that how many digits are there? How many alphabets are there in this last name, right? You have another one here, which is what was that text length? Right. And then let me give the test 7. I want the last name length. This is the last field for today. Business object. And you have to give the field whose length you want to know. Copy text. Edit the report and put it. And let me say length here. Now you know that we have created a report exposing it as a web service, right? And then you go to your web service and view URL right. And you give relocation. Wait 1 second. This is the other report, right? Let me open. Test one. I think it's this one. No, it's the first one. Yesterday, where we were doing this one. This one has to be in the web service. Let's write now, it is not. What could be the reason that we are not seeing the XML stuff? We have not enabled this on the advanced tab, right? Now, if you see it's not enabled as web service, I will just click on that. And in the columns, I will see if everything is worker, then it's fine. But we have another thing here, company. It might give an error because it says group column heading must be specified. That means this group column heading. Here you have to specify company. Just that's it. Just that's it. And click on. Now let's see. Again, exposing it as web service, new URLs, and then this XML. Simple L. If I just click on it right. And then I have to give the credentials. Here it is. Right. And let me zoom it a bit. If you see here, this is a kind of an XML. And for all of you who are new to XML, the first line here is just a kind of a syntax. where you have this is called a namespace. Right. And then if you see, this is the parent tag. If you click on this arrow, everything gets collapsed. Right. That means this is the parent tag. That's the header. Now, when you just click on this again, then you have the child nodes. Right. You have multiple report entries. If I click on this, you can see multiple report entries. Right. Let me run this report. If you see, there are 22 items, 22 rows here. Right. In this one, you see all these report entries. If I collapse each one of them, it will be 22. That means each row in the report will be a child of the parent. This is the parent report data. Whenever you expose a report, by default, the parent tag becomes report data. And then inside all the rows is report entry. And it will have all like, first one is test 2 and 1057. 2. Where is it? Here it is, the first row. And then all that data, the name. Right. If you see the column names, here it is, year. Here it is, then name, then last name, length, and all that. Now, how do we? The ideal practices. These tag names, which are here, identify employer. It comes from this column heading over alias, this part, right? By default, it takes the name of the field or whatever you have given as the column heading override. But the recommendation is to keep it as small as possible. The longer the name, the XML file will become big rather than termination date. You can put it as term date, company address. Instead of full address, keep the names of and text as short as possible. These are the XML tags. And then total number of rows is equal to the total number of child elements you have under the parent. Got. This is how an XML. What is the difference between Workday XML and simple FML? We have seen ML format. I know. Could you please show who are the XN also? It is the same. If I click on that, it is off. This also looks like on. And then what is the difference? Difference here is, let me open that one as well. In simple LX, in simple L, you just get the data. Like whatever is there, like cost center and all that. In Workday XML, you get the Workday related IDs as well, like say cost center. Right. You got the cost center name, which is this 200. Here also, you got 30 to 100. But then in Workday XML, you got the other IDs as well, which are associated with that cost center by default. The Workday I, the organization reference ID, and the cost center reference ID. What we call it is Workday ID. Workday I very specific to the tenant. If we have weed with that value, is it possible to convert that into which would be readable? Like as of now, we if you have got this, it's with right. It's a WID for global modern services. Right. Let me just duplicate this. If I search it here, I will just write with colon because that's the short form and enter. It will open Global Modern Service Company because that was a wait for the company. And from there, we can correlate with the column. Right. Right. This is Workday XML is used whenever you are using in Workday Studio this report, right? Within Workday, thing like that. But if you are sending to an external system, the external system won't care about this wait. For that system, this is irrelevant, right? He needs just the name or probably the age. That's it. Doesn't need wait because it doesn't make sense to them. In that case, we expose only the simple XLL, meaning Workday XL has more details about the by default it comes up, while the simple XML is nothing but whatever you see in the report is coming up in this. I mean, you still have some doubts where we use work. I mean, looks like actually, right? A word tail is inbuilt, meaning we have an integration type. Workday Studio, right? Workday Studio. We call different reports. When we call the reports there, it fetches the Workday XML by default. When we are processing within Workday, getting data from Workday, doing some transformation, and that is using. But when we are exposing it to the other system, we don't send this one. We send the simple. We just send the data. We were doing the calculated fields. Now let's start on that continue. Yesterday we saw different types that we tried, right? We did arithmetic calculation. Do you want to see that how it looks? Let me see it. In arithmetic calculation, you specify the field. Say, for example, here you want, I think there will be some rate or what is that salary, right? Salary plan amount and you want to multiply it. You choose an operation, multiply, and then multiply it with what field? Any other thing, probably the rate. There might be a rate here, benefit annual rate, and then you can do whatever thing you want based on your calculation. That if once you use it in your report, it will do that. Now, another one thumb rule that you have to remember is don't add unnecessary calculated fields to your report. What could be the reason? It will make your report execute little slow. Right now, if you see, if we have used all the Workday delivered fields and we run the report, it will be faster as compared to the report which has calculated field, because what happens is when you run the report at the runtime, both they calculate those fields. It executes the functions that you have used inside that. Say if it is substring or concatenation, calculation, or anything that happens at that runtime. The more number of fields you will have, It will take a little longer than performance-wise only. If needed, then only use calculated fields. Now we will see few of the most commonly used calculated fields. Let's see. First is this true false. There is a calculated field, type true false condition. A simple one, but it is the most frequently used one. I'm using it on worker and you will be creating this calculated field in finite times if you are part of integration scheme and all that. This is a true false condition. What it does is you will just put a condition and it will execute and give you whether it's true or false. If it's true it can give you Y. And if it is false, it will give you blank. What kind of conditions say, this is our report. Now worker status. I want to check whether the worker status is retired. Right. What I do is it's nothing, but in your report you have used filter, similar kind of stuff. It is exactly the same way. You put the field worker status and then equal to comparison type is retired. Click on. Now this is our field. I will copy this, how to test you, edit the report and add it. Let me add it next to worker status. And let's run. If you see this, one worker status is retired, hence it is showing yes. For others, it is showing blank. Right. I have to change it. I can just put instead of this one here calculated field, edit. Now say my requirement is I just want to check the terminated one. I will put terminated here. And then let me run this report again. Now the retired one will be blank. All others should be yes. Right. This is a very important. You can put any field here. You can do any kind of. What will happen is whatever you put here, this field will just execute this. If it gets the output, it gives you Y, meaning the statement is true. It gives you yes, else blank. Clear about this? This is also called as a Boolean calculated field, right? Because Boolean will give you only true, false, or a Boolean. Very common calculated field which you will be creating. And now comes another important one which you will be creating again a lot. It is called evaluate type. Business, object, worker, and then function is evaluate expression. Now evaluate expression you will use. Inside this you will have to use multiple true, false calculated field. What evaluate does, as I told you briefly when we started on this evaluate expression, calculated field is nothing but it's like if and else. What you do is you choose first the field type whether are you evaluating any kind of field, or let me give you an example and then you will be able to relate to it. My requirement is that if the termination date is less than, or if the employee is terminated before 2015, it should give me old, meaning the column names, column value should be old. If it is greater than, meaning the terminate employees terminated after 2015, then it should say new. What the requirement, if the employer terminated before 2015, the column should give me old, and if the termination date is greater than 2015, it should give me new. Right. Now suppose for this, if you remember, like we did here, test right, it is giving test for all. But here the requirement is we need for some it will be old, for some it will be new. Now the first thing you have to do is, first, there is no such field in Workday which will give you a value of new or old, right? What you have to do is first create a constant, right? Two constant fields, which is CFS, new, and let me put it as perfect, and function is true for the not true for text. Constant. Click on and I put it as new. And then I'll say create another one, CF stored worker, and this one is text constant. Click on and the old. Now we have two text constant created. Now what we have to do is, there is this condition, right? Create another calculated field, CF underscore test term, date termination, date worker, and then function is true, false. Now we have to check termination date. Let's say greater than or equal to 01/01 2015, and if this is executed, it will give us yes. Right. Now let's go to our main evaluate field. Now here, first thing what we have to check is CF's term. This one we just created. What it will do is it will execute and check if the date is greater than 2015. If yes, it will give you. If a value is yes, now this evaluate will evaluate this true, false if it is true. Let me give here as text. Now, if it is true, it is saying return value. If the condition is true, what do you want to return? I want to return CF test underscore new. And then I have a default value, meaning if, say, this condition is not true, then by default, what will be the value? The value should be CF underscore test old. Right. And say, if you have another condition, you put it here like, say, for example, I have to put if the employee is hired in 2014, the output should be 2014 hire. If the value is 2015, you put 2015 higher. If it is 2016 higher, you will have multiple conditions here, and then corresponding to that, you will have the value. And in the end, you have to give a default value that if no condition, if say you have given 10 conditions and all are false, nothing evaluated, then what should happen? You should have to give the default value. Any confusion? Now I will just put it here, and then once you see, I think it will clarify your doubt. If not, then let me know. We can have a quick summary again. Right. Where is the termination date? And let me put it here. Run. This date is before 2015. It is giving us old, 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 old. And then all this one, this is after 2015, 1/1/2015. Hence, it is giving us me. That's how an evaluate expression works. Just to summarize again, for creating an evaluate type calculated field, you need to know two things. What is the condition and what is the value? If the value is Workday delivered field, then you put that value there. And if it is not, then if it's a hard coded text value, you create your constant text constant, right, using that type of calculated field, and then you have to create a true false condition, and you can have multiple of these. Each of your condition will be a true false calculated field type, and corresponding to that, what will be the value that you need to know. If you can write it down on a paper, something like if else, if condition is this, value will be this. Second, if condition is this, value will be this. And if everything fails, what is the default value? Right. Once you have that thing written down, you can start creating your child calculator fields, which is all the values that you have to return and all the conditions that you have to test. Now, this is evaluate. Expression field will cover your true, false, and your constant fields as well. Right. It's a mix, a combination of different calculator fields. Fine. Now let's see another one. Another common one is we have seen proof text constant. This one substring. Now comes lookup related value. If you see here, let me give you an example. Suppose we have this company reference ID, right? I told you that we can use related business object here. The primary business object is worker. On the worker business object, you have the reference ID. But if I want the reference ID of the related business object, like saying in this example, company right, I have to use that and then use the reference ID. But then, if you remember, if I have to do a filtering here, right, I cannot use this field. Yep, reason. Who can tell me the reason? In filter, I cannot use this field. It is that concept of filter and subfilter. Right, in filtered, we can use only the fields which is part of the primary business object, which is worker. And if you want to do a filtering based on the field, which is of a related business object, for that you have to use subfilter. Right. But say you have got a requirement that you need a field, you need to do a filtering on a field which is part of the related business object. Or say in any integration we have to use a field, but there is a specific restriction there that you can only use the field which is on worker business object. But on that, say if you want to use to get the reference ID of company or say any field or different related business object, for that we have this field lookup related value. What it does is it brings the field which is on related business object, it brings it on the main business object. And how it is? What is the lookup field? Company, right, for company. The related business object is company. And then it is saying what you want to return. I want to return the reference ID. Now what it is doing here is the main object is worker. It is saying look up for this field company on the worker business object, right? And for this company, you get me the reference ID from the related business object. Now if I click on and then copy this and put it here and run, let me scroll to the right. If you see here now this one, CF test 7, which was our related business object, that calculated field, it is also giving the ID. And then this one also is the ID, is the same. Now, what benefit we have is we can do the filtering, the primary filtering on this field because it's on the worker, business object, that's the use of it. Lookup related value field is also very commonly used calculated field, and it is used to bring a field which is on the related business object onto the main business object. And the way you create it is you choose the type as lookup related value, give the field name right, like and give cost center here, dependence here, whatever, and then this related business object automatically gets populated. I have to just then choose what value I want to bring in on the main business object, and that's how it works. Clear on this? Let me go back and choose one more thing. If you see here, and it's not related to the topic, but related to Workday in general as well, right? You see these check boxes, right? Say, I have to select all the check boxes, right? Then it becomes difficult. I have to do all right. The shortcut for that is do a Control A and press spacebar. Or it will unselect, and then if you put spacebar, it will select all, just like text right, and then click on. Now it will give me the ports or the reports which are both the standard right. These are all Express or Report Writer, and there are many pages here. This is the place where you can go and then see those reports. Right now, probably because security and a huge volume might not come up. But yes, you can copy these reports, not the Express or reports, but the report writer one. I mean, can we select the type and type also? Like, yep, you can. Just what you can do is first here, you see in Workday whenever you run any kind of task, and it gives you this kind of data right at the table. You have these symbols at the top right. If you click on this export to Excel, it will download that Excel, and then you can filter on that part easily, do your analysis and all that. And there, I mean to say actually now, this is a big list of standard reports. I just want to have a report writer only here on this right that I can go further in this one. We don't have the filter of that such, but that's what I'm saying. When you extract it correct, extract it in an Excel, there you do the filtering, choose only the report writer, select which report you want, and you will get to know which category it is part of. Then you can just come here and filter only that category, and then you will be able to. You can extract. But the ideal way of doing that is, suppose you got a requirement that you will have to create a report onto some journal there. First, you identify the business object. Say journal is the business object. Now you want to know how many reports are already there which are using this business object, right? You go to the data sources. Right now it doesn't have. I think there are no reports on this, but there will be reports on journal lines. Journal line also. I think it's a big business object. And then here you have reports. Right, you have these many reports already existing. For example, say financial. Let's take this one. This is the one right standard report. It's a standard report, but you can copy it or you can directly run it. If I run this, you have to give all these parameters and takes time. But yes, if you want to say you got it, that this is the one which is kind of similar to my requirement, you click on this and then, oh, it ran, it came back. Suppose this is the one. You go custom, report copyright, and then you give your name. Right now it is putting here copy, but once you click on it, we'll have all the fields which are already there on that part, and then you can modify it accordingly. Right? It is not it is not an advanced report, it is a matrix report. It's different, This kind of report cannot be used in integrations. But yes, from a reporting point of view, you can go through and modify. It will give you a good starting point there. We use only advanced. Advanced report is the only report type of report which is used for integrations and can be used. Don't know about future with Workday, comes up with new features and all that. They might enable other reports, but as of now, last 10 years, it's only the advanced report. I mean, in a integration requirement where the drill down on reports and all, no, we cannot because it's very difficult to send that kind of data. What we normally do is say there is some drill down and all those. We break it down into multiple advanced reports and then send all that data. The other tool, like say, for example, we are integrating with what is that system? Any system which is used for reporting by reporting right. If you have some system called Power BI and all those stuff there, you send your data using multiple reports, and then that system will consume the data and put it on their dashboard as needed using whatever merging them together and all that. That's how it is done. Basically, you are sending right? We are sending it all the data that they need, right? If it's part of different business objects cannot be combined into one report, then we create separate reports and give them that data and they can do the merging together on their end, right? Cool, nice. And then now let's see another one, which is the most common, is extract single instance and extract multi-instance. Let's start with this, extract single instance. Then first let's run our report and see here do we have anything which has multiple values. No, I think there was another report which had no this one. But let me explain you the concept. Extract single instance is this: suppose there is an employee and then there is a field called dependent right, and let me edit it and remove the filters. Let's see how much data it is. Say location types here, right? You have multiple coming up, right? Local office training center. Now you want only the first occurrence of this, right? First occurrence meaning whatever is the first should come up. I want to see what is the name of that field. It is location type, right? Where is this source field? Source field is location type locations, then all locations. Oh, there are few. Which as abundance is fine. Let's take this part for this one. This particular employee. There are two dependents right now. Say we want to fetch only one, right? And then let me see what is this one. This is the employer, and if you want to see a dependence, you go to actions and then benefits and view dependents, right? Now, if you see this one has a child and then you have a spouse, right now the requirement is to fetch only the child. There is a this field called relationship. which says child or spouse, right? And this is our report. Now I will come to my calculated field dependence. Now it's asking condition. I have to give a condition here, and let's see if there is already an existing condition. Dependent relationship is child, right? If you see, this is a Workday delivered calculated field which says dependent relationship, and I select that. And similarly, you have dependent relationship with spouse sort field. Now there can be multiple channels, right? It is asking you for any sort field, like say I want age. Right now the requirement is I want to extract the youngest child. Right now this particular employee has only one child. Suppose there is another child which is also of say 24 years or say 34 years. Now the youngest one is this John Carlos. For this, what I'll do is first I have put a condition dependent is a child, then I put it as age, then I put the direction as ascending with descending, and I'm saying pick the first occurrence, right? It will. What it will do is out of the multiple dependents, it will extract the single instance using this condition and this sorting. If I click on now and then copy this field, use it in my report next to dependents, then we will be able to see done and done. I think we'll take 2 more minutes and then we'll close for today. Now, if you see here now, it is giving me just a single instance, right? Juan Carlos, which was the youngest child, right? It had only one child, but yes, this one. Now, similar to that, there is another calculated field type. This one was single instance. Now we have another one which is extract multi-instance, right? I'll choose worker. Now here again I want a subset. Source field is dependent and I can put a condition now. If the condition is met, it will return all those instances. For example, this particular employee can have 5 dependents. Out of those 5, I want only the dependents which are childs. There can be 2 or 3 or 1, right? I can put the similar condition, which is that relation I can choose whether spouse VP dependent or what. I can put one and then done. And if you use that field here now, it will give you right now. In this case, it will give 1. But yes, if it is, there are employees which have multiple childs, it will give you that. See if underscore test run, C not equal to yep. Right now, there is only one employee. But yes, you can try this field out and it will give you all that multiple instance, single instance and right. I think that is all the type that are most commonly used. Other ones which are like date difference, date constant and all those stuff you can try. It's pretty simple, straightforward, and the guide which I will share will help you in all those. But most focus which you have to put on is when you try true. False is one which you should know. You should be quick in creating that. You should be quick in creating a lookup related value which is called LAV in short form. right? Bringing in the field from other business object to the main business object, then evaluate expression, and then sometimes ESI and EMI extract single instance and extract multi-instance. These are the most commonly used. Other ones like text, constant, and all those are fairly simple. You have just put give anything their substring, concatenate text, date, constant date format. Now that we have seen, yep, this is the type, the main thing about the calculated field. Then thank you guys. Have a good rest of the day and happy workday. Start the new interesting topic of the core integrations. Right now, what we have seen is getting the data from Workday, but viewing it inside Workday, or the maximum we have seen is sharing it as a web service, right? Output. We have seen creating a report and you go to the web service, view URLs and share the URL with the other person, other system. That is a kind of an integration, which is a report as a service. Remember this term, RAS, right? Workday, when we expose a report, custom report as a web service, it is a RISE API. And in Workday, we call it as RAS, RAAS report as a service. That's the thing to remember and to say, because when you will use those terms, you will sound like a Workday guide, which is paint. But before that, this is the guide that we will go. This is a Workday documentation which I used during my certification way back in 2016, but that's a 2018 version. In Workday, actual Workday certification, they also teach the same stuff which we will be covering as part of the integration course. We will start Workday integrations. There are different types of integrations that we do. One of them was that web service, one which is a report as a service that we saw. Now to start with, we will start with the connector. Let me write down here for you. And feel free to take screenshots in between whenever you need. Right? Connectors. You have document transformation. Right. These are just the types of integrations that I'm writing here. Then you have EIB and you have Workday Studio and you have that's how you write it. We have seen this part web services. We will see what they delivered one later. These are the 4 types of integrations that we will cover in this course. But this one, as I told you, will be just the introduction because that's a separate training altogether. But these are the 3 things that we will focus on along with this part which we will do. Right? Now, what are these things? We might have covered the overview in the first session, but yes, we will go into detail of each one. Today, we will start with the connectors. And as you know, in my first session, I drew some diagrams like this, right? Where I was saying that, say, there is a need of connecting, sending data from Workday to this system, or in sometimes it is the reverse way. Right? Right. And this is Workday. This is, say, your benefit vendor. What? This is, say, your credit card vendor. This is your system, say Active Directory or something like that. These are different systems external to Workday. Right? Benefit vendors in US. The people who are in use, like Jyoti and Vikram, you might be knowing there are different benefit vendors. For and each employee have a tie-ups with those vendors like PSP, WageWorks, Anthem, UMR, Delta. Right, right. These ones which are very common. Anywhere you go, there are those set of vendors from which an organization will choose. What Workday did, Workday knew that these are the set of vendors which will always remain the same. Now, these vendors have a very specific requirement, like their system is standard. Whatever is the client, their system is one right. They have a specific file format type, which they call it as IP8 and 34 format. It's a specific format. They need that. Any system, any HR system which is sending them the employee data, and employee data in the sense like and for. Aksha, just to explain, like for example, if you're part of a company, right? You have your this insurance provider, right? Health insurance. The company provide you an insurance, right? You have to opt for it. And it's sometimes some companies provide you the dependent benefit as well, but sometimes you have to opt for it because you have to pay some extra. On your HR portal, you select, yep, I want the insurance for the dependents as well. The benefit vendor needs that data in order to deduct that amount from your salary. Right? This is that integration. Normally, it's there whenever you have benefit vendors in scope. What they need is any employee who has enrolled in their plan, you need to send us their data. Right. When I say data, it's their standard stuff, name, biograph, this demographic data and all that. They're there, SN, and they're all that. Now what they knew that it is a standard file, it's a standard set of data. What they did, they already created an integration. They did the coding, and they provided that to us in the tenant as a connector, right? They named it as a connector. Now for those connectors, the code is not visible to us. It is just a configuration. And Workday also found out that if, say, company A is integrating with the benefit vendor, it has a different plan name, it has different IDs, like the client ID, and some things are different which will vary. What they did is they put those things as a configurable value. When you use this connector, there are some fields which you can configure as per your need. That's basically a connector. Right? Now there are two types of connectors. One is a package connector and one is a kind of a generic connector. Now packaged connector is something which is very specifically made for a particular vendor. Right. Now Workday has integration with VSP. There is a connector for VSP. There is a connector for WageWorks. There is a connector for each UMR. There is a connector for each benefit vendor. Now, since that connector is very specific to that vendor, meaning you cannot use it for anything else, it becomes a packaged connector. When it is a generic, like say for example, Active Directory. Active Directory is an employee provisioning. You know that kind of system. For that, what they need is they need any employee which is hired. They should get to know any employee who is terminated, any employee promoted, and all that stuff. They need to get all the changes related data. If anything has changed on any employee, you need to tell us that they can update their system. If the department got changed or manager got changed, that an Active Directory is kind of linked to your Outlook. When you see in your Outlook, right, if you click on your name, your email, it shows your contact card and it shows you report to whom, what is your department, your location, and all that. And that's why it is a general functionality. It is not specific to a vendor. You can send that data to any vendor. That's why it is a generic connector. Sending the employee data, and the name of that connector is Core Connector Worker, a very common connector in Workday. And it's a connector which Workday also teaches in its integration course. We will see that Core Connector Worker, which is a generic connector, package connector, we saw benefit vendor and also credit card vendors. As part of your organization, say if you have to travel for a business purpose, sometimes your organization provides you a corporate credit card. Meaning, if you go travel on site or anywhere, if you have to spend something, you can use that corporate card and company will pay for it, right? That is again an integration. That it will be integrated with that credit card provider. There are three providers: MasterCard, Visa, Amex. This integration is to bring in all the credit card transactions into the Finance Your Expense system. And it will show up that when you have to create an expense report, everything will get populated. Any questions for? What is a connector? Right? Connector is a pre-packaged integration already built by Workday and provided to us as a connector which we can configure according to our need. It is of two types. One is package connector, one is generic connector. One is generic connector. Packaged connector is the one which is made specifically for a vendor. And a generic one is for a generic functionality. The very common example is Core Connector Worker is a generic connector, while Package Connector is connector with credit card vendors, benefit vendors, and all that. This is a new one. Clear for? Clear for. Now let's see in the tenant first. As I told you right, these connectors are already available. Then you will ask that where can we see that right? There is a task which you can write it down and note the integration template catalog. It shows up like this. If you open it, it shows all this template name is nothing but the connectors available. These all, the first column is the connectors which are available. And here is the category what it is. Cloud Connect for HCMM, Cloud Connect for payroll, Cloud Connect for benefits. It is just again the category, just like I told you how you tag your reports. Similarly, Workday has tagged, like all this, VSP, Kaiser, MetLife, United Healthcare. Cloud Connector or Core Connector, both are same or it's just the name. Cloud Connect, Core Connect, whatever it is. Normally it is a connector. Call it Cloud Connect, Cloud Connector for payroll, Cloud Connector for benefits. It is just a name, but the actual connector name is here. Right. All benefits one are here. You have for like, say, and if you have to search, as I told you, it is a report which has run, right? If you click on this one, you can filter. Like say, for example, I want to check for MX. I just write MX filter and it will show me all the ones which are available for MX. And here is the description for them. Right. Now, if you see there are some connectors, in the end it's written do not use. Right? That means don't use them because Workday has a plan to deprecate them, meaning you are seeing it right now, but probably in the coming releases they might be out. Workday does that, gives you at least 3 releases that you migrate, you move to another one which is available, right? Like all the others which are there. That any other vendor you think, let's check whether a connector is available for that. But the vendor should not be a local vendor, but yes, a well-known vendor which you think. Is there any system, any organization, like there are any vendor in mind, like ADP is one, right? Which is very common for payroll stuff and all that tax filing and all that. Is it for benefits or payroll only? You're looking at all, whatever. There is any piece of United Healthcare, right? We just saw that. It was their United Health, right? United Healthcare, Medical Delta Vision, United Healthcare FSA, United Healthcare Cobra, that too for dependents, participants, and all that. It's all there. Meaning, what we first see is whenever you get a requirement for integrating or sending data to the vendor or importing data from the vendor, the first thing is to come here and check. But check what first? You need to know the vendor. This is the vendor. Then we come here and see is there any connector available for that vendor. If yes, then we will see the description that does this connector meets a requirement or not. If yes, we will definitely use that. That's the first thing. Connector is the go-to thing because Workday has spent time on building that, right. Their development team, product development team, has done efforts connecting with that vendor, getting the requirement, doing the coding, and presenting you as a connector. That's what is the first choice because the benefit for that is, say, we are integrating with United Healthcare, right? After 1 year, United Healthcare is undergoing a system upgrade, right? As part of that, they have updated their file specification, right? Now, since we are using the connector, we don't have option to do any change, right? What will happen? Workday will take care of that. Any code change which is needed, Workday will do that as part of their weekly maintenance or any such stuff. We don't have to worry about. Can you repeat the question? For IRS, usually in payroll, you create flat file with tax deductions and all right. Is there a connector for that in payroll? In people software? I think there is this one. The tax filing periodic, quarterly and monthly. So this one. That's the place. They will send the file to IRS, not directly to IRS. Depend. IRS will have to provide us the details of where we have to send the file and we can configure that. I think in this situation a DP is the payroll company. You're sending all the info to them. They will send it to IRS on this company's behalf, right? Probably. I have not worked on that much, but can be. It looks like IRS. Is there anything for IRS? What is that? Something else. This is the place. Integration template catalog where you see that. Remove filters. This is all there. Now let me go back to this part. As I was telling, Workday connectors are the pre-built template that provides you functionality to connect with different external vendors and all that stuff. I will be sharing this document with you. You can go through it. We are not covering this whole document in one shot. We will be doing it in 2, 3 sessions and we'll be covering the main things, not everything here. But yes, you can go through. It's worth a read. And why the reading is important is you will get to learn the terms, how to talk. If somebody asked you what's a connector, right? If you have read this right, you will know the terms in your mind. You can talk. These are the pre-built integration templates and all that, which helps us in connecting with different vendors and all that. Is the connector like HLA bridge, meaning when you said IP HIPAA, is it the bridge name or is it the policy you're talking? It's the file name. If you search here API N34 format, right? It's a file format which is used for communication between employee benefit plans and insurance plans. It's a form. It's an international standard, right? Similarly, in banking, when you send the payment files to the bank, this is the very common format. It's ISO standard for financial institutions sending the payment data and all that. Thank you. Thank you. What we see here, this is the architecture. Again, as I told, Workday is an object management system where everything is stored as objects. Then you have this integration server and all that. This is no use. Forget about it. This is make sense. When you see this is the cloud, here is the Workday cloud in that. This cloud represents your tenant. In your tenant, you have all your applications, here web services, APIs and all that. Different modules are part of this. Also, when you create these integrations and all that, they have their own processing. It is not different. It is part of the same tenant. Everything you do. It's not that you will be using a separate tool for creating these integrations. It's the same tenant. And that's where you create. Cloud Connect, which is the connector, is part of it. Custom integrations that we will create is part of it. And we connect with different applications. This is a kind of a basic high-level structure. This flow is important, which says what is an inbound integration. Right? The flow. Say there is an external system. There are two ways. Either there will be a file or they will expose a web service. You will consume, read the file from the server or call their web service, get the data. Right. And then loading anything into Workday is via web services. You will call the required Workday web service and load data into Workday. Even though there are methods like inbound EIBs, which is in PeopleSoft, you have Excel to see, I write. Similar functionality, but again at the back end, it also calls the web service. Then you have the outbound flow where you extract the data from Workday. For extracting data, again, there are two ways, either the web service or the report. And then you send the data out. You may have to do the transformation in between. If the vendor needs data in very specific text file, CSV file or something like that, then you might have to do a transformation in between. And then comes the connectors, right? Again, two types end-to-end, which is also called a package connector, or you say end-to-end connector because they are specifically made for that particular functionality or a vendor. And then there is this generic connector, which is a generic functionality, not vendor specific. Like Core Connector Worker is an example of this. Integration building blocks, and we will see this. But before that, let me show you how for creating. Suppose, for example, let me tell you, say you are part of PeopleSoft, right? You are implementing PeopleSoft HCM and finance. You got a requirement to integrate with MasterCard. The requirement is MasterCard will send you a file, and then you will have to read the file and load it. Load the transactions into Workday, right? How long will it take? Jayotri Vikram, you have PeopleSoft background. How much time will it take in PeopleSoft to create that interface? Any random timeline? 2 to 3 days. 2 to 3 days. That too, when you have everything in place, right? Now let's see in Workday. Right. For creating integration in Workday, the task is create integration. Create integration system. Let me write. Create integration system. Now you have to give the name. And for creating integration, like for report, we used CR underscore. For calculated field, we use CF underscore. For integration, the recommendation is to use INT. Each project will have their own convention. Sometimes INT is only one, meaning INT and the number. Point underscores are on one. That depends. But INT is there to specify that this is integration, right? Let me say INT underscore test. Now what we are doing, we are integrating with MasterCard. Right. My first thing will be to check whether a connector exists for MasterCard or not. Right. Let me cancel. And then what's the task? Integrate. Patient template catalog. Right. And I will just search here. I will write MasterCard and filter. Yep, there are import MasterCard. CDF3 file unmask. Unmask, it says do not use. Mask. I will come here now using template. MasterCard. And then this one click on. Now, this is all what Workday has already done. Whatever you see here, we cram to your question, what do we configure in a connector? First is there are services which you can enable, disable, right? There are services for different functionalities, and then there are some services, we will talk about that again. But yes, by default, I've just clicked on. Then you have attributes. These attributes are the configuration which we can do to do that. You click here. Related action integration system. Configure integration attributes. Now here is as per our need, as per the client need. At that, and here is the description. It says alternate account identifier. Configure this field. If you are using remittance file, select the path to this and all that. This is something which you can ask to your functional counterpart, and then you can click on plus and enter values whatever you need, right? This is the one update. Only select to make only update when you run integration. Set this to true and all that. Truncate leading zeros on employee aid. Sometimes your employee aids are ZAL under 123. If you click on this, it will remove the zeros. It will just use 1234. All right. And then some configurations like this, right? You did that, click on. This is done. And then you have something in maps where you can map what is the external value versus inside value, meaning in the file. If it is rounded, it is purchase. If it is 0 to 1, it is 80 month cash withdrawal. 12 is cash disbursement. This Workday already knew that everywhere it's the same MasterCard uses the same mapping. But say if they have changed it for your client, you can update it. Right? You update it. Why go here, configure integration maps, and then you can update it here. You can change to a different value and then your integration is done. Your build is complete. 5 minutes, not even that. The main thing goes into is testing, the main effort, because you have to ask for a test file and then you run it and all that, right? Integration. You have the option of launch. You launch it, and then before that you have to just configure the retrieval, the path from where you will get the file, and we will see that in when we do the integration in detail. The connector again, but this was just to show you how we create connector, what components it has. It has services, attributes, maps. Security is something which comes by default. You don't do anything here but maps, attributes, services. This is all what we do, and your build is done. Connector build connector has the least effort of, the developer's effort. I can create an integration in 10 minutes. Basically, out of the box connector, right, we just build it. We just, yes, use it and then configure it as per our need. Like here, attributes you as per your need. You just put the right values and that's it done. There is no coding. No code is exposed to you. You cannot change anything. You cannot customize it. Customization work then knows what customization a client can have, and they have provided you as that configuration. That's it. That's it. Will we have all these? Define the connector for the banks. And all right, for banks, because every bank, there are many banks. It is not bank specific. It is the functionality specific. Like for bank statement, right? Very common thing. But you have to finance, you have to in finance, load the bank statements. For that, we do have a connector, right? If you go here, do you know, have you worked on bank statements before? Any one of you? PeopleSoft, I've worked on it. Right, you have worked on it. Bank statement has a very particular file format. It is three types. Either the format will be MT940 either, or it will be BY2, or it can be ISO 2022, which is KMT053. Three of them. There is nothing else apart from this. Only if there is, then it's not a standard. It is the bank specific thing, but these three are international. Any bank will support this. If I have to create that, I'll just write bank statement. And it will show me import BAI to import ISO to ISO 2000 and import MT940. Right. You just choose, click on. I think this one doesn't need any configuration. Click on. And that's it done. What is this alert? Integration retrieval. We have to do. That's fine. A retrieval is because you have to configure. Why it is just a minute. Configure integration services. Just enable all. Right. Now it shows up. And that's it done. You have these attributes and these maps map. Here you have the configuration that sometimes say in the file you are getting account as 123, But in Workday, the same account is set up as 123_A. Right? You can do that mapping here. Mapping and load. Right. And in the attributes, you have just very few things, nothing to configure. That's it. Now what you need is the FTP details from the bank, where the bank will put a file. You need to know that folder details, and we will configure that, and you're good to launch and test. It's FTP only, right? All the integrations and all file based. They are FTP based, but there are other options as well, which we will see in our coming classes. Right now, what I'm showing you is that how easy a connector is. Specifically, when it's a packaged connector, it is just 2-minute job. Actually, for each connector, there will be only one integration. Right? The definition, like what we will, it depends. Right? For example, say 94. I have used this one. Right? Now you have 5 banks. You will create 5 integrations. Each one will use the same template, meaning it is not right. The name will be different, but the template will be the same. Template will be the same. And do they have, in it, don't they? Any scheduler is there. Everything. We are going to do everything in the same screen which you are seeing here. Screen in the sense, not the same thing. We will do navigate and all that, but everything will be here. No separate tool, nothing. No scripted, like auto schedule, like usually correct. For that, we will cover it separately, but that's a very small thing. You see, here you can launch it or schedule it. You click on launch. Instead of here saying run now, you will say recurrence hourly, daily, weekly, monthly. Say I wanted daily recurrence. You click on, and then you give the time. You start time zone. And then start what day it starts and what day it ends. Click on. If the file is not there check it will do. Then it will fail. The connector will do it will give you warning, or some connectors will fail. It depends on the functionality, right? Workday knows, say if it is bank specific, it knows that there can be some days where file will not be there. Correct. The integration will complete with warning saying no files found. Any duplicacy, like suppose say there is a schedule done and also some manual step, like they have done a redo. It will throw an error, like no, it will not, because you are manually doing something. How will the system knows that it is? It should not. For example, an integration is scheduled to run at 6 a.m. and you have run it at 5 a.m., but the 6 a.m. will already also run. You have to manually, if you have done. Basically, the data will be duplicate, right? It will accept. Again, depends. Say you are loading the bank statements, right? Each bank statement has an ID. Say if you have loaded a file. Now again, after that, somebody is trying to manually upload the same file using that integration, right? The integration will fail. And the errors will be that the bank statement with the same account number and same date already exists in. It will not load it. Some checks are already done in the checking the bank. For connectors, you don't have to worry because Workday will take care of all error logging, generating the log file, the audit files, everything Workday will do. What was the task? To create an integration. The task was create integration system. Create integration system. That's where it opens up, and then you have to give a name. Int underscore test underscore to something. And then you have to choose the template. Right? And what was the template? Template is nothing but like predefined connectors. And the place where we see it is integration, template, catalog. We will see if there is anything which is there. Like for example, let's do it today for VST. Or say, let's do another one. Which one? Yesterday we did MasterCard, right? Today, let's say VST. But I think we will not be able to do it because for this we need configuration. For all benefits 1A, you need to have the plans configured. You need to have employees enrolled into that plan and all that thing needs to be there. That is not. Let's see. But yes, we did yesterday the MasterCard one. Let's today do Visa one. The moment you give the name of that, the first page which opens is the integration service. Integration service. These are the different features which are provided as part of this connector, right? Like some are by default enabled, right? Which you cannot change, and some are optional. The one which are optional, you can make them. You can enable them if you want, like it is a dynamic map service for cities. And these are all. Services are kind of the template related. For different template, there will be different one. Now, one important thing is this document retention. You will see it a lot of time. What does this mean? Document retention means if this integration is generating or you are consuming any file. In document retention, you have to specify the number of days. Say for example, you mentioned 30 days. That means for 30 days, this file will be available in the tenant. You can download it. But after 30 days, it will be removed. You will not be able to view that file again. And we will see that. Let's enable that. The other ones are hotel, airlines, and cities. We don't care. Message auditing is again nothing, that one. And then you click on. It opens up things like that. There are these attributes. You have to make sure that the things which are required for launch needs to be configured. Else the integration will be in error. This is all configured by default. What are integration attributes? Integration attributes are nothing but a one-time configurable value which you configure it as per your. For example, mapping of employee ID change default mapping for employer. This is these attributes again are template specific, right? This is visa. We see a 4 file format. This is a standard Visa file which brings in credit card transactions. Right. Now, credit card transactions. Say if you swipe your card at any of the vendor, what it gives? It gives the merchant ID. It gives some code, employee ID and all that employee ID. It doesn't give you for your personal card, but for corporate credit card, because they have your data from the organization. They know your employee ID. They know your name and all that stuff, that everything gets sent over in that file. Here, what they are saying is default mapping for employee ID. This is this field number 23. This is a specific field in the file which they are sending. Then it's truncate zeros. From employee ID and all that, these are the attributes. How do we configure attributes? You go to related action and configure integration attributes, and there you can click on plus and enable and disable and whatever. Right? And you click on. This is attributes which are kind of configurable one-time setup for this integration. You don't change this setup every time you run the integration. Right. It's as per the requirement. When you get the requirement, these are the questions that you can ask the vendor or your functionality for any connector. Now you say that, do we have a need of truncating the zeros? Why do we have to do any kind of mapping and all that? Here you see, last is document retention, which is by default 30. Then comes the integration maps. Now, what is an integration map? Integration map is something which helps you in configuring internal versus external values. Say it is an outbound integration, where you are sending data out from both day to a vendor using a connector. Now, in that the vendor says the requirement is for male, you send N, for female, you send F. Right? And that way it will have that kind of map where you will say internal value is male and external value is M. Right? This particular integration is inbound because you are importing data into Workday. That's why it has external and internal. That means in the file, if the value for this transaction type is 10 in Workday, it will be loaded as purchase. If it is 22, it will be loaded as 80 in cash withdrawal. If it is 80, it will be loaded as this. Map integration maps helps you in mapping Workday values to the external values. And how you do it is integration system configure integration maps. And here you can go and you can change whatever you want. Similarly, other ones as well. Transaction status code. I have to add. I will click on plus. I will just say here test. And then here is the right. Don't think about what are these values and all that. That's not our stuff. Main stuff is the concept. Think from the technical perspective. That when we do a connector, what are these things? Three things are main, always it will be there. Integration services, first thing, then attributes, and then maps. And that's the minimum that you have to do. Click. And the integration is very. Now to run this integration, since it's an inbound one, right? We need to get the file from somewhere. For that, what we need to do is we have a configuration thing of the business process. Let me open my. Right. There is a concept called process, business process, and gold. Anything you do in Workday, any transaction you do in Workday, figure business process. What could be the example? Like, for example, you hire, you terminate, you change somebody's job, you change, compensate you. Or say, in the finance world, you create supply invoice, or you create supplier, you create a journal, create a customer invoice, anything, any transaction you do, or even you create a word, new day account, whatever. All these are business processes. What are business processes? Business process, which is also in short form called BP, right? It's a series, step, which gets executed. The defined, right? What is a beat? It's a series of steps. Now let me show you that. Where it is? We will come back to this integration again. But to search for a business process, you write BP colon. Say we do hire. It opens up the hire business process, which is here. And then it is for different supervisory organization. It take a default one. Here, if you see in this one, let's see how many steps are there. Right? There are many. First, a hire. It will check whether countries are. It goes for local. Employee documentation. It's a task which is to do. In this, you can have different types of tasks. Action. Somebody has to take an action. There is also approval steps. And to do steps, all this is all a functional configuration. I am just giving you the basic idea about this. If you have done HCMM training, this was part of that. Put here, considered. You need to know what a business process is. It is a series of steps. You see the order here, CDDF. All the steps execute in this order. Right. Say if you have, I had an employee, it goes for some approval. It goes for some approval. Then manager has to do some personal information change or add the D and all those stuff. This thing happens like this, right? Similarly, when it comes to integrations, create business process for integrations and then add steps as per our need. Now, what are those steps? Those are document retrieval, doc delivery. Another one is following another integration. Document retrieval. When will we do document retrieval? Retrieval means taking in the document. That means this retrieval is always for the inbound integration because you need the data to process and load into Workday. Document retrieval is for inbound integration. Then comes document delivery. Document delivery is delivering the document that is generated to some. Document delivery will be for outbound integration, and retrieval will be for inbound integration. As part of that integration process, sometimes you might have to call another integration that when this integration completes, it should call another integration. That step also we can add. And now, if you have to club all of them, then the business process is the Now let me go to the tenant and then go to our integration. The shortcut is underscore underscore. Alright, here we are on this integration. You go to related action. There is this third option here, business process. Great. You will do that. And nothing to do here. Just click on. Now it opens up like this. Right? Step is nothing, but it is just initial. You cannot change that. This will already always be there. Then is step B. What it is doing. It is say file integration. Right. You can just click on. That means this business process. What it will do is it will just trigger this integration. That's it. Now, what is our requirement? That before this integration fires, right? It is an inbound integration. It needs the file. Then it will be able to process. That means before the integration fires, we need to apply. It can get the document. Then you go to this business process, open it. We don't create it again. Workday will not stop you from doing that. Always remember, if you have created the business process once, then you go to the business process directly. Although it will still give you an option that you can again create copy, it will create multiple. And business process is an object which you cannot delete. You can only deactivate. Always make sure if it is created. Then you go to that. And then you do here edit business process, edit definition. Now what we will do is, between we need to have another for getting the document right. What we will do is click on plus. Make this step as B and change this B to C. And in the type, we will select a service. And what will be the service will be document retriever. Because it is inbound. And it needs to trigger before the file. And then I will have a step called B. And change the service one to C. And this one will be document retrieval. And I will click on. Now it is giving me error. Error is what? That you have. It is saying, Mr. You have added a step of document retrieval. You have to configure that. What you do is, now you see a button here, configure document retrieval. You click here, click on. Now, here you see the first thing is document retention policy, which I already told you. It is about that how many days the document will be there in the tenant. For downloading, let me keep it 30. Minimum is 1. Maximum ended, meaning 6 months. That's the max. Let's keep it 30. And there are two options. And group to manually attach. That either you can attach it manually, right? You can choose a group. Group here is like integration administrator. Right. Any administrator, whoever is that admin, will the notification to attach a file. Anyhow, we will use this. But let's see the other configuration. The other thing is retrieve from external location. Right. Now, first is file name pattern. That what is the name of the file that you want to retrieve. For example, the vendor. That the file name. Since it is Visa, right, the Visa mentioned. The file name will be Visa. Transactions. Right. Say for example, this is the name. Right. You cannot. That meaning it is dynamic. To it will be told tomorrow. It will be told you cannot hard code the date here. You cannot hard code the name. What you will do is you will do Visa underscore transactions. And then you will put just star. That means star means anything after that. Visa transaction. It will check if the file name contains Visa transactions. It will pick that up, right? Or if you want to specify, then you can put in the end text. That means Visa transactions. In between, there can be anything, and in the end, it should be. Now say the file name is umdid underscore visa transactions.txt. What we will do is we will do the star first, then do visa underscore transactions.txt. Star is a kind of a wild character. For setting up this name, you can keep anything there. Then comes, this is nothing. We don't do comment content type and all that. Then comes the transport type. How you want to retrieve that file. You have these many options. You have FTP where you can put the FTP address. You have FTPs. And then you have this FTP over SL. These are again different protocols. Depending on what vendor preference, we can support this. This one is the REST. For this error, enter a specific file and patent while character cannot be used for REST. It is saying if you are using REST, then you cannot use the star. And that's what it is saying, right? You give the REST endpoint user ID, password, and all that. Or you can use Amazon's 3 simple storage service. It is the Amazon S3 bucket and all that stuff. You need the bucket, ID, access, key security, and all region. Right. Most common used is the SFT, right? Where you give the username, password, and that's it. Then you have another configuration error, which is delete after retrieval. That means that if say we are using SFTP, after the file is retrieved, this integration, if the user which they have provided has the access, and we select this one, integration will delete the file from that folder. And why we do that is suppose every day there is one file coming. Right? If you don't delete it today, tomorrow there will be 2 files, then will be 3 files every day. Integration will process all the files again and again. That's what. delete after retrieval is there. And then if the file vendor says it is a sensitive file, we need to have the encryption on that. Workday supports PGP encryption. Create PGP key private key. This is based on the vendor details. We can configure that, and it's a simple configuration. They will give you a certificate. You will have to just configure that. If I click on that, you have to give a name. Click on. And that's it. It created this one. You will have to give the public key to them. Then comes this restricted to. Sometimes you might have seen in your career, in your testing and all that, right? When you are in development, you will be using a separate FTP folder. But when you are in production, you will be following a separate folder. Even the username might be. That's why Workday has provided this restricted to option. Say this is my test. Right. I have to give the name. This is FTP colon. A slash stacks that tax. Right. Something like that. Right. I have given something here. Restricted to is. I will say implementation. That means if I am running this integration and the integration, the tenant is implementation, it will automatically take up this configuration. I will add another one. I will give some whatever. I will select. I will give my production. I delete off. Now I can choose sandbox and production. Say for example to this and I click on. Now what will happen is I have two configurations here. Even though if I migrate this integration, I move this integration to production and I run it there. The production one X, but the same integration. If you run it in implementation, then the implementation one will trigger. That's the benefit of this. If I go here, click on to show you that we have environment restriction. Whatever is there, right? Implementation. And your tenant is implementation. And you trigger it. The file retrieval will happen from this configuration. And you have another one for production. When you run it in production, the file from this code and this name after you select the document retrieval and actually move. Yes, it will create a button there. If I click on cancel here, you see this button. Once it will come automatically once you specify document retrieval and this configured document retrieval will be there, right? This will come up and you open. Then that page will come up where you have to do all this configuration, right? This is particularly for this integration, only this documentary, correct? Yes, this is only for this integration. Got right now. Now this SAP is test. I cannot have access to this. But Workday gives you a very one more good thing. You don't need to do any coding, anything here, right? It is all configuration. But say the vendor has given you this FTP details and all that, and vendor says, try connecting and let me know if you are able to connect. How do you do that? Say you are in PeoplesOff, you have to connect to SEFT and all that. How do you test? I'm not PeopleSoft, sorry, Jyoti. How do you test? Or BBus, how do you test SAP? Usually, they will put the connection details and then test it, right? Where any of the configuration. Suppose, right, you use different tools like Win, CP. FileZilla, right? You put your details and then correct connect. Now Workday says no need to install those tools. You do this configuration right and you come to the integration. Once you have configured, you click on the related action integration. Now you see below the launch, there is this test transport. Click on that and automatically, whatever you have configured in your retriever or delivery, it will come up here. You click on and here is the connect option. It is just giving the test of connect. Click on, it will start making that connection and it will tell you whether you are able to make the connection or not. No need to install WinSkippy and all that. That's really cool. Now and then, one thumb rule my experiencer, if it takes long, that means it is error. Right here it is. It is error because why I have given a dummy endpoint and all that, right? It will give all that stuff you can. All the logs also. It's going here. Alright, cool. Now we cannot connect to SAFP, but say we want to run our integration. The other way is instead of specifying the SFP, let's use the other method of group to manually attach. Say, I will write here integration admin and that's it. I'll click on, and that means what will happen is when I run this integration, any user, let me open this in new tab in integration administrator is a role and you see here members, these all are the members. I think the user is a member. When I run the integration, I will get the notification to attach the file. Now the retrieval is done and then file integration is there. Let's go to our integration. And now if I click on related action integration and launch run. Now right, it gives me this option of attached document. Right now, I can click on this and it on my desktop. If I have created, say, a test file, let me try to see if I have a test file created, new test.txt test. I have this file created test.txt test. Let me attach. I'll say attach and then I will desktop test open. Right, this is attached here, completed. Here it is saying you have submitted. I'll click on view details and processes. It is processing. I will click here. It is processing. This is the refresh button. You can refresh and see the integration is processing. This is you can click on the parent event. This is the integration event. And if you click on parent event once, I want to show you what is happening, right? You see the event document. Is this now? You see here, this is a clickable link, right? If you click on this, it will download the file. Till how many days will you be able to download? This is the day which you specify the number 30. Then for next 30 days, you will be able to download it. After 30 days, it will become like this, a black one. Without the hyperlink, you will not be able to download after 30 days. That's what the retention policy does. Now let's see. Why is it taking long? It's complete. I want this to fail. I want this to fail. This is running, and then you are out. You are on the home page again to see the events of that integration. You just search your integration. Is this one here? Go to Related Action, Integration System, and Integration Events and click on it. It will show all the events which has happened on this integration, right? Right now, it is running this one child processing and all that is somewhere stuck. Then let's see it. This was for inbound. Suppose the same integration is now. Assume it is outbound. Then what will be the change in this one? Let me edit. Click on Business Process, Edit Definition. Now, what will be the difference? Logical. You will not have to retrieve anything, right, because it is outbound integration. That means it is fetching data from Workday and then it has to send the data out. This retrieval will not be there. You can delete this. Fire integration will obviously be the first step right after R, which is initiate, and then will be the fire integration, and then there will be third step C. Again, the type will be service. And instead of document delivery, this time it will be, instead of retrieval, it will be the document delivery. And you click on, again, the same kind of configuration box will come up. You can click on this. Click on and it will show up similar page right now. Here, since it's delivering, you have to just specify what option. Amazon ACE3, AS2, email, 50, Google Cloud Storage, and SAFP, whatever. SAFP again. Give the SAFP details. Same thing again. You here have restriction. You can configure it for implementation separate, sandbox separate, production separate, or you can do it one right. This is the delivery part. Yep, here you see the documents. You have two options from this integration process, right? Because we want to deliver the integration, whatever is generated by the integration. It will be this. I'm having one query. Yes, in my org, when I see like in a for a single integration, we will have three SAF for prod, SAFP for sandbox, and one for implementation. How it is decided, like which one to hit, like prod. And while testing, I know somewhere it asks, right, whether you need to select, like when you click for that test. But while generally running integration, how it decides whether what to take, the whether prod SAFPIT it should take, or implementation or sandbox, right? That's a good question. The tenant, right now, the tenant I am in If you see here in the green, it says implementation, right? Also in the old, if you see here, I impl, right? Implementation. Yep, that means it is implementation. For production, it will not have impl, it will have just valued 3-workday, correct. And for sandbox, it will be written here sandbox and sandbox implementation. If you are running it in that tenant, it will pick. If there is environment restriction for that tenant, that's. But while we just wanted to taste the connection, what you have shown previously, like when we connect and then you can do it, it asks for, you will have all the three options, all the three options. It's asked right. Yes, you can test all the three now. No coding still now. And we have created integration. We have retrieved the document. We have delivered the document right now. Another thing, if you have to send an email, right? Very common example. If you have run an integration, right? Let's see the integration events, whether it's still or see now, it's failed. If I click on this, this is how you see the integration event status. The status is failed. Here is the error number 1, but it is hyperlinked. Okay, click on this and you see the following unexpected error has occurred. Invalid value, the input document cannot be processed. And all that why? Because it was expecting a proper formatted file and we have just the word test written there. That's why because it's Workday delivered connector everything. The proper error message is there. You can see in the messages what it has processed and you can retrieve the log file here and you can see the logs and all those stuff, right? And who ran it, at what time it was initiated for, and when it failed. All that will come up here. Now say the requirement is if the integration is failed or is in error and all that is, it should send an email to the support team, right? There will be a support team that they get to know. Otherwise, who will get to know this integration is failing? Right? For that again, no coding needed. Let me open the integration and then show you how we configure the notification. You go to Integration System and then Configure Integration Notification. Right, it says either trigger on launch. That means as soon as the integration is triggered, it will send a notification, or on a particular status that integration. It's either aborted, completed, completed with error, completed with warning failed. Say we only want for failed and for errors, for rest we don't want. You can choose, then is recipient. You can choose that, who initiated it and all that, aborted by person and all that. We don't do this. Or you can specify a group like that integration administrator group and all that. Normally we specify directly the email test@rates.com. Whatever you specify that, then you write the message content. This is the subject integration. Blah 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 has failed, right? If you write the subject and in the body please verify the integration link for more details, something like that, write and done. Click on attachments. You can specify if you want to attach the logs and all that integration attachment and all that. You can also send the logs. This click on and done. the notification is set. Whenever there's now this integration will run, you can see another tab coming up here now along with business process. You have notification that if the integration is completing with error or failed, it will send a notification with this subject and this text to this email. Right? But now that text is hard coded, right? Worked. It thought about it, and what they did is you can make it dynamic that this is a text you click on plus. Now I want to say the integration. I want to give the name. I don't have to write the name of the integration. There is this external field. I can choose integration system right now. It will automatically at runtime fetch the name of the integration, which is in test 2. Then I will write the text here as and then again the status. I don't need to write completed or completed with error or whatever, right? This becomes dynamic. Now again here you can also do the same dynamic stuff. If you want, you can add a field like integration event. This will give you the link of the integration event link, and that's it. You click on and you're done. Now it's dynamic. You can use the same thing with all the integration, right? Because at one time it will fetch the name, the status, and the event. Today, what we have done, I'll stop here. We have seen what is integration services, the integration attributes, integration maps, what a business process is. How do we set up retrieval, delivery, write retrieval? We have seen how to attach file if we don't have SAFT and all that. How to see the status integration event. Then how to configure the notification and all that. Then, guys, and then we'll connect again. You. Please do like, share, and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@therightuptalk.com.